I will be the program director for today. My name is Tsepo Lechaba, Manager Transformation in the Office of the Vice Chancellor. I have been tasked to champion this roadmap to culture change, emanating from the culture survey that was done in 2019. Colleagues, please be at home and be at ease. Let me firstly welcome the University Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter Mbati, members of Executive Management, members of Senior Management Committee, members of the Deans and Directors Forum, the Student Representative Council, members of Organized Labor, as well as members of the university community. You are welcome and a very warm good morning to all of you. We are going to have a very short program. We will not keep you here for the rest of the day. We are anticipating that the plane will land in the next 2 hours or so. And once the plane has landed, we will then understand this phenomenon that we are trying to come up with called the roadmap to culture change. As I've said, colleagues, that the journey for culture change began in 2019 when a culture survey was conducted and many other things emanated from the culture survey. We were then able to arrange the inaugural university dialogue, which focused on many of the aspects that were raised by our academics, students, as well as admin and support staff in the culture survey. Emanating from the university inaugural dialogue, we were then able to also do other programs or projects on the side, such as the root cause analysis, where most of the things that were raised in the culture survey came about as well in the root cause analysis as well. And most of the things that we also saw being raised in the root cause analysis, we were able to identify with many of these things in the report of the inaugural culture dialogue. Emanating from all this content that we had developed, we then thought that it would also be good that we provide an opportunity for the university community to come and engage on this culture compact that we are going to sign off today. We then had a roundtable discussion about a month ago with different stakeholders in the university, your senior management colleagues, members from the executive management, our deans, members from organized labor, as well as members from the Student Representative Council, where all of us needed to have the same understanding in terms of what is it that we seek to achieve in the roadmap to culture change. Our mandate is to ensure that we change in terms of how we have been doing things in the past, and we need to do things differently. We need to embrace the values of SMU. We need to live the values of SMU. We need to change our behaviors in terms of how we have been doing things in the past, adopt new ways of doing things. We need to ensure that we really build this brand of SMU. But in order to build this brand, we must all identify with the values. When we speak of the value of Ubuntu, each and every one of us need to understand what does the value of Ubuntu signify in terms of the culture compact of SMU. When we speak of accountability, do we all have the same understanding and meaning and interpretation of accountability? So colleagues, today we are now providing an opportunity where the University Vice Chancellor will address the university community, highlighting many of the aspects that I've already mentioned, and most of them, they come from the Culture Compact. The VC's focus will be on the documents that have also been shared with the university community, such as your root cause analysis, your culture survey, as well as the inaugural dialogue, which is summarized in the Culture Compact. One thing that we all have to note is that transformation, it's never an easy journey. Transformation, it's a journey that we all need to do a serious self-introspection on our own, individually, as departments, as managers, as directors, as executives, and ask ourselves, do we really fit into that which SMU wants to achieve? One thing that we should always embrace and remember, that we support one mandate in this university. And that mandate, it's our academic enterprise. That is the sole reason why we all wake up on a daily basis to come and give service to SMU. One thing that we always have to note is that SMU, it's not a person, but SMU is a community. A community that is made by diverse cultures, a community that is embraced by many backgrounds, a community that has got so many languages, a community that respects each and every religion, a community that respects each and every color, a community that respects each and every nationality. That is what SMU is all about. In all of these things, our mandate at the end of the day is to make sure that we produce health professionals that will make an impact to our communities, not only in South Africa, across Africa, as well as internationally. The University Assembly, it's an event that we are hoping to have on an annual basis, where members of the community from your grounds and gardening services, from your cleaning services, from your admin, from your academics, from your executive, have an opportunity to listen to the Vision 2025 in terms of the new strategic plan. It's an opportunity also to take a red pen and tick the boxes where we have not done well, but also embrace boxes where we have done well as an institution. We do not shy away from the fact that, colleagues, we do have challenges at SMU. But I've always believed that if we are united as a community of SMU, there is no challenge that can be difficult. We have developed more than enough content, colleagues. Through all these platforms that we have been having since 2019, we have developed more than enough content. But a time has come that we should engage each and every stakeholder of SMU, irrespective of your level of occupation. A time has come where we need to find each other and ensure that we build a successful SMU. An SMU that when we are not here, me and you, CFO, Vice Chancellor, EDHR, our deans, when we are not here in the next 5, 10 years or 15 years, we would have left a legacy that will embrace the true values of SMU. And with those short words and with that short opening, colleagues, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the SMU community for having endured the hard times. But I believe that those hard times, we will start seeing changes and significance, and we are already starting to see change in the university. And one should always note that change is not an easy task. Change is very sensitive, it's not easy. But as long as we believe in the SMU that we want to see, change is possible. And each and every one of us, irrespective of your level of occupation, we have a role to play in building a successful SMU. An SMU that embraces who we are and what we want to become. Hashtag, we are SMU. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity to welcome the Vice Chancellor, who will just give us a Vice Chancellor's address. And obviously, colleagues, after that, we will then give a way of direction in terms of how we are going to conduct the program, because it has changed there and there. Before the Vice Chancellor's address, can I just take a hint from our colleagues online if we are doing very well? We are doing very well in our social media platforms. Colleagues, by the way, this event is also broadcast online. We have about 150 colleagues who are joining us online, who could not join us physically as well, who are listening to and following what is happening, as well as on social media as well as on SMU FM as well. And with that being said, can I welcome the University Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter Mbati, to come and take the podium. Thank you, colleagues.
Good morning, colleagues, those who are physically present and those who are joining us virtually. Mr. Lechava, as a program director, thank you very much also for the opening speech, or opening presentation. I think he has very ably put into context why we are here today. And I really want to acknowledge, in terms of protocol, all the colleagues who are here. I know Mr. Lechava has acknowledged them, but for members of executive and senior management who are here, deans and directors, the student leadership, our staff and students, a very warm welcome. Really very happy to welcome all of you to this very important session. You'll all have seen a video that was released by Communication and Marketing, inviting all of us to this function. And in that clip, the Vice Chancellor does, of course, invite all of you here to this function, but also a little context that is provided to why the University Assembly, especially this particular one, is important and what our focus would be. We also had representatives from Labour, from NEHAU, from the collaboration between APS and SAPTU, and also from the SRC president. And I think what was really pleasing, and what is really pleasing, I must say, is to see that all the structures of the university are committed to this project. And it is precisely a project because we want to change from the old to the new. I must also say that it is unprecedented for a higher education institution to determine that there is a need for deep introspection into its culture, how this impacts on its core business, and ultimately to determine a set of values that would postmark a new culture that it will adopt. It is truly unprecedented. A lot of this, in terms of culture change, you will know is found in HR books and journals, and also in strategy theories. But rarely is it implemented. And on this account, it is important, colleagues, that I acknowledge the management team and the University Council, which commissioned a culture survey in 2019, precisely because the majority of the stakeholders at SMU were convinced that for this great institution to rise to its full potential, a deliberate review of its culture and practices was of paramount importance. And so I really want to then give that great appreciation to those who had that foresight to start this project. My personal welcome to SMU upon my appointment as Vice Chancellor in June 2020 was by an angry community of students who had embarked on a protest action due to, at that point, the delay in the acquisition of laptops. And you all remember what happened at that time. Subsequently, a resolution was taken in council that a root cause analysis report be conducted, in which a cross-section of university stakeholders were interviewed, whether these were members of management, whether it was SRC, whether it was just ordinary staff, including also members of council. The results of that root cause analysis report were in many respects similar to those of the culture survey, confirming a sense of paralysis in the functioning of the university. It confirmed a sense of paralysis in the functioning of the university. Both the culture survey and the root cause analysis reports were shared with all of you, members of the university community, and I urge you to read these reports and further debate them in various fora where students, labor, the Senate, and the senior management committee would engage. I can tell you that last week on the 15th and 16th, the University Council deliberated on these reports, and I was requested, and the management team was requested, to then present an implementation plan of those reports, because reading them is one thing, but then there are a lot of resolutions that were taken. And at the council meeting, I presented the root cause analysis implementation plan, and Ms. Odette Ramsing, the ED HR, presented on the culture survey report and in terms of its implementation plans. And I must say that there is a lot that has already been achieved. There's a lot that has been achieved, and I think Mr. Lechava says there's already evidence that we are moving in the right direction. And my urge to all of us is that we should support the recommendations of these reports, for which you are part and parcel of, to ensure that we achieve what it is that we want and what we are looking for. Flowing from the culture survey report, the university hosted a hybrid inaugural culture dialogue in April 2021, which was largely successful. And I think Mr. Lechaba went into a lot of detail around it. There was a report that was then produced from that culture dialogue, and Mr. Lechaba, I think after this, we will also release it to the university community so that you get a sense of what you said in that presentation, the two-day meeting that we had. But I can tell you that that report of that dialogue corroborated the findings of the culture survey, which said that a harmful and retrogressive culture exists at SMU, and that this culture has driven SMU into a general state of malaise and dysfunctionality. You are a health sciences university, and you know malaise means sickness. That the culture that we have in this institution has driven us to a state of being a sick organization and being dysfunctional. Importantly, though, is that this dialogue was the catalytic start of a new process of imagining what a successful SMU should look like, and truly a historic moment of shedding the old culture that inhibited our efforts to transform into the great university that we must reclaim. I'm sure many of you, when you talk to friends and former alumni of this university, I've spoken to quite a few, and some who hold really prominent positions in government. And there is a concern, I can tell you, about who we are now and what we do and what we project. And I think time has come to reclaim what this university is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, all employees must work and deliver on their key performance areas. There is no negotiation about that. You're appointed by the university to do a particular job, do it. Many of you know I walk around this campus at least twice a week. Either I'm in a residence or I'm in a particular facility. And the other day I was in 1D. And one of the cleaning ladies said, "Oh, Prof, morning, it's good to see you. Hey, but Prof, we are happy things are happening, but some people say you are a monster." I said, "Why do you say that?" They said, no, they say because you're forcing us to work. I said, "Well, we pay you a salary to work so many hours a day." And she was very happy. Said, no, we really want to do what we must do. Because colleagues, we're paid a salary, we must do. From the Vice Chancellor, by the way. You don't exempt a Vice Chancellor, you don't exempt my executive management, you don't exempt my deans and directors. So it's all way down. And what I've been telling my executive and senior management is that we must lead from the front. If we say people must work, and working time starts at 7:30, a VC must be in the office at 7:30. It's also unfair to expect the people who are in the gardens and cleaning to be here at 7:30, and we arrive at 10 o'clock. So employees must work and deliver on their key performance areas. And this includes academics, Prof. Sikwe, the deans who are here. Because I also hear what is happening in the academic side, where students are not getting the kind of support that they must get from our academics. And too much time we pay attention on institutional support in terms of the grounds, in terms of painting, because that we can see. But what is happening in the lecture halls? And now we are on this blended teaching. Are our students getting the support that they must get through WhatsApp messages, through emails? Because if you're not physically in the office, you must find a way in which you engage with the students. So I can tell you one place I will not compromise is that everybody must work. And those who don't want to work must look for a place that accepts people who don't work, but not during my tenure as head of this institution. And then students, the student leadership. Students must be students, and they must be allowed to study and pass so that they exit the system in record time and create space for new entrants into the system. Registrar, it cannot be that you have students who stay here for 12, 15 years. It cannot be, and how it happens, I don't know. And so we have rules and policies about how long a student must stay in the system. Prof. Sikwe and your team within teaching and learning, we must implement those policies, because the longer people stay in this system, you are denying other children who must come into this university. And people can go and finish their degrees elsewhere if they cannot finish it within the recommended time. Labor must abide with and perform their functions within the prescripts of the law. Management must manage and ensure that we abide with the rules and regulations of this institution without fear or favor, and certainly with no personalized agendas. You can't have a vice chancellor or a member of my executive or senior management that uses their offices and their power to drive a particular agenda. You will find yourself out of the system. We are here to perform a role. We've been entrusted with a responsibility as members of management. And that is what our role must be. And working as a team to build this institution. And there's only one vice chancellor, by the way. You can't have 2 or 3 or 4 vice, you can't. And my management team knows what I'm saying, to the extent that nowadays I take executive decisions. And colleagues, this issue about, consultation. I consult. But I can tell you, my team will tell you, I consult and then I take a decision, because I'm held accountable for the functioning of this university. Not labor, not SRC, not my executives, but the vice chancellor. And so when we consult and I take a decision, it's because I have that responsibility to lead this institution. The roles of management and labor and SRC are vastly different, but complementary. And we must never conflate the two, not the two, we must never conflate them. Management cannot be labor, management cannot be SRC. Labor cannot be management, and SRC cannot be management and cannot be labor. And these are the culture issues that arise from those reports, where we've conflated our roles. So Mbati has to work with labor and SRC because I have an issue with Mr. Motevele or with Professor Lekalakal. We cannot do that. You then create a toxic environment, which these reports raise as one of our biggest challenges. Now, let me tell you, I've been to many universities. SMU has the largest per capita of the most intelligent people you'll find in any university anywhere in the world. And so why are we stuck where we are stuck? Why? It's because we've conflated our responsibilities. Vice Chancellor doesn't know when to take a decision. He's paralyzed because I still need to get 1 or 2 people to support me. Mr. Motevele cannot get people to do what they must do because he doesn't know what will happen to him when he has given an instruction. Prof. Sikwe cannot say, Deans, you must ensure that academics are performing their tasks because she will also be targeted, and so on and so forth. And I'm serious. If we have to change the university, each one of us must understand what their responsibility is and carry on that responsibility, but working as a team and not me busy working for your downfall or the downfall of somebody else, or collaborating in a manner that is not of any value to the institution, but to my own value as an individual. So in what is invariably a significant occasion in the history of SMU, I hosted a roundtable discussion with university stakeholders on the roadmap to culture change in this hall on the 11th of August, as Mr. Lechava has told us earlier. We had representatives from management, as you heard. We had members of MANCO, deans and directors, SRC, labor, and so we had NEHAO and APSA SAPTU collaboration. And then, of course, we have this wonderful group called the Culture Design or the Culture Change Design Team. And Mr. Lechava, I think you must, at one point, allow me to have tea or lunch with that team, really just to thank them. And when we met here on the 11th of August, we all unequivocally supported the Culture Compact. So arising from all these things that have happened, the culture survey, the inaugural dialogue that we had, the roundtable, there was a compact, a draft compact at that time that was adopted and which we shall be signing today. Everybody agreed with it, and I'm talking about the leadership of the structures. The Culture Compact commits staff and students to its institutional values of accountability, effectiveness, leadership, efficiency, excellence, integrity, respect, student-centeredness, and Ubuntu, as the foundation of our own distinct institutional culture that would support our vision of transforming health services through excellence and innovation. But you know, we have these reports. Dr. Pule, I don't know if he's here, and the team, they write nice stories about it. But I think what must happen, and I've already told EDHR to facilitate a workshop or an engagement of labor, just labor, reading those 2 reports and making a determination about what the role of labor has been in this university to where we got to a stage to say we have to do these culture compacts, and also then their commitment to where we must go as an institution, and also what is the role of labor in a university. So that there is an understanding, role of labor, role of management, role of SRC. Like I said, it's different but complementary. It can never be the same. Otherwise, I don't need managers if labor can do the work of management. Neither do I need labor then if SRC can do the work of labor. So we must have that workshop. I've asked Dr. Mohaswa, the ED Student Affairs, to hold a similar one for the student leadership, so that the SRC can also understand what has been the contribution of the SRC over the years and student leadership to a situation of this dysfunctionality and the malaise or sickness that we witness at SMU today. What was their role? What is their commitment today to make sure that we develop this beautiful university that SMU can be, and what their commitment must be? And the same thing will also be presented to Senate. And I must say, colleagues, for the 1 year that I've been here, the one area I have failed miserably is that I don't think I have brought our academic leadership, and I'm talking about the academics in this university, to a space where they feel that they are responsible for the academic project of this university. Many times, we've put them on the periphery. You tell me how many times you've heard the voice or the voices of the academics in this university. You'll hear the voice of the Vice Chancellor, of the SRC, you'll hear the voice of labor. When did you hear the voice of academics? And it is wrong. A successful university is a university where the voices of the academics is paramount, even more so than the Vice Chancellor. They pretty much make the graduates that we produce. If you don't hear their voice, then something is wrong, very wrong. And we must start working towards hearing their voice in terms of where we are going as an institution. The intent of today's University Assembly is therefore for us to formally adopt the Culture Compact. In particular, we aim to reclaim the soul of SMU and to instill a culture of respect and discipline at all levels, which will accelerate the growth and development of SMU and reprioritize the academic and research core functions of this great institution. I really want to ask us that let's walk the talk. I think Mr. Lechava put it nicely that we have enough content. We all know what the problems are. Let us hold hands. Let us take this great university forward. My request is let us really walk the talk. Let us put all these conversations now where they belong. Let us start working. Let's take this university to where it must be. And I want to thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. I'm just going to request in this order that the three stakeholders should just come give message of support, starting with Mr. Lekabe from the APSA Subdu Collab, followed by Dr. Malaudzi from Nehau, and then followed by Mr. Maseko, SRC President. Thank you very much. In that order, colleagues.
Program Director, Mr. Lishabon, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mbati, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Sekwe, I don't know, Professor Ayo Yusuf is here, maybe he's online, all the deans present here, and executive management present with us here today. Student leadership and labor leadership. Colleagues, first allow me to thank the Council to have commissioned the report of the root cause analysis of the perceived failure of the university management to deliver one aspect of its core academic project and related operation services. For those of us who have been here for too long at this university, maybe it is opportunity for us to heal because of a major and demerger has traumatized us. And some of our colleagues still have the pains of merger and demerger. Let me sum up this conversation that we're having today. We have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of our beloved institution. The good thing is that we were able to finish the academic year project of the university in the past 4 or 5 years under difficult situation environment. Professor Ayo Youssef have given us a report during the research day that there's an upward trajectory of publication of journals and an increase in graduation output. And that's the good thing that we can do, the positive things that we do here at SMU, despite difficult times that we see ourselves in. And the bad thing is that the use of students to advance some individual or political interest. Professor Mbati has alluded to that, and we have seen that happening in the past 5 years with us. And the ugly thing is that the closure of a university entrances, whenever we have differences or disagreement, and to settle other agendas not relevant to the strike. Let me borrow from Professor Janssen, thanks to Professor Sekwe and her team during the seminar that we had in the last 2 weeks or so. Professor Janssen said these words: when the university failed to exist, the future of academic project is at stake when the university has unpredictable academic calendar. And I want to challenge to the Senate and Professor Mbati's team as management to say, please take the center stage and lead us going forward. We have already seen the changes taking place. The clinical pathology building is taken care of. Toilets, we have seen Professor Mbati has taken some round within the university, making those clear to us and looking at the academic project. And thanks to that. We have seen our gardeners, all the support staff doing their part, trying to make the university become clean. And I thank you for that. We need people who can make difference at this university. Let me also say, Professor Mbati, that we as AFSA-SAPTU, you have our support on this culture roadmap to change our culture here at the university. I think I should end up here and thank everybody who has made a contribution to the culture survey, and thank everyone who also make that contribution during the time when we trying to find out what are the causes that make us not to live at this institution. With those few words, let me say thank you.
Amandla, 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 Amandla. I hule SMU, I hule. I hule SMU, I hule. Hula SMU, hula. Hashtag we are SMU. Comrades, I'm too loud. I'm not so sure. We were not part of the program. Lechava is remixing the program. So it becomes quite very difficult because I've already noted that the leadership that spoke here is already even having a prepared speech. So I don't have any prepared speech. Otherwise, I only brought my laptop because of a particular definition that I wanted to go to. It is always amazing at SMU that you will be invited, you will not be told you are going to speak. And then when you arrive, you are told you are going to speak. So we are always made sure that we don't prepare far. But comrades, we love SMU. I think the reason why we are gathered here, management, deans, Professor Sikwe, everybody else who is actually online, is because of the fact that we are interested in SMU and we want to see it growing. By the way, VC Kula means grow. Professor Obi, Kula means grow. While I was sitting there reflecting, because I think when the VC opened in his opening remarks, together with what Mr. Lechava said, he said this whole thing started in 2019. I think often we don't appreciate Ms. Odette. I know that half the time we are in arms because of our leadership roles. But we need to appreciate the fact that that whole process started at HR through Ms. Odette, who felt the need that, we have been University of Limpopo, we have been Medunsa, we are now Sefako, so she felt that there was a disjuncture and somehow we needed to collectively have a collective and come together in order to have one SMU for all of us. But in simple terms, I brought my laptop because I just wanted to read the definition of culture, which is what brought us here. Culture is the art and other manifestations of human intellectual achievements regarded collectively. Culture is the art and other manifestations of human intellectual achievements regarded collectively. Now, it is true that we are not going to have a united SMU if we are not having an SMU which is having staff and students and all other interested stakeholders moving into a particular direction. I think in my presentation that I made, as well as what we'll be signing today, Neau presented that the university is made by three greatest pillars, which are students, staff, and also infrastructure. There's none that is just more too important than the other, because when the other is not there, no matter how much you feel is less important, the university cannot function. I know students are paramount, and I'm quite sure that when the president comes here, he's going to say we are the first stakeholder of the university. Therefore, when there's no us, the university cannot continue to survive. You are very correct, sir. As much as if us staff are not there, you are also not going to have students or have a university. So the other is important and the other is important. As to which one is more important than the other, that is not necessary. What is more important is that we need to be having students, staff, and also have a proper infrastructure that is ready to usher us into the generation and the direction that we want. Comrades, I've over-reflected on issues of the fact that as far as issues of staff, I think even in the submission that Neau submitted is that statistically, 90% of the strikes that happens here at SMU are because of salary. 90% of the strikes that have taken place in the past 5 years was necessarily because of salary negotiations. That salary negotiations is headed by management, the leadership of HR, Odette who's here. But I should also tell you that the cornerstone that is really holding these negotiations is Eminos, who's here, the CFO, Mr. Manyao. So what we are then saying as far as issues of staff is concerned is that if we want to obviously move into a direction where we have a culture where staff rallies within the mission and the vision and the culture of the university, we also need to make sure that we reward our staff correctly. I'll give you a typical example. This year we were given 4.5%, and once off, that one I don't want to talk about it, I might get angry on the podium. But the 4.5% that we got, in the previous 3 years, we were getting an average of 7.5. So it tells you that we have gone down to accede to the fact that right now we are within a pandemic and things are not as they were previously. But a management that is proactive, not reactive, that is reflective, would be looking at the fact that right now they gave us 4.5. It is quite obvious that next year we're not going to get to accept 4.5. So you become proactive right now. You start raising funds right now. So that when we go to negotiate next year, of course I can't pen a percentage here because I'm not representing my own narrative. But when we go to the masses and the masses says, listen, we need 8%. When we come, we need to be engaging with the management that has already been proactive as far as making sure that we'll be rewarded in accordance to the economy of South Africa. Comrades, COVID has hit us very hard, but there's no price that as a result of COVID reduced. I'm telling you about petrol right now. Before COVID, it was 14 Rand. Right now, we are at around about 20 Rand a litre. So it tells you that the cost of living has increased significantly, while we also would point out on issues of COVID, that COVID is there, and therefore we should not pay our workers. So, comrades, management, that is as far as issues of staff. Staff wants to be rewarded. As for the 2,500 Rand, I think we are all angry, it is noted, but I'm not going to talk about it because I might get too emotional about that one. As issues of students, we need to understand that SMU is the only health institution that we are having, health sciences institution we are having in South Africa, and as well as in the continent. As far as the continent is concerned, we are only having 2 universities that are health sciences university, which makes this one to be number 1, and that one number 2, or that one number 1, depending on where you are. Because I'm here, this one is number 1, and it will count go in that direction. But we need to start increasing the intake of students here at this place. That Vision 2025, VC, when we said we needed to see students at a particular number, we need to understand the fact that the health sciences is in crisis right now because of our university can only take so much and can only absorb so much. And therefore, we need to start reflecting into saying, how do we then increase the numbers of students we are having here at this place? I think on the third pillar of what makes up a university is the issues of infrastructure. VC, we did hand it over the 2,000-bed facility on the other side, which is now construction is really taking place. And I'm glad that the progress is looking quite very all right. In our advice, we also indicated that we're investing a lot of money as far as these projects are concerned. We must just make sure that the quality talks to what we desire. Because quality, we should never compromise on it. I think every other time, VC, as much as you are saying, you also do rounds and you are always going to all the spaces of work. There's a building on your right when you enter the university, which is called the pharmacy building. It has been extremely unutilized. We really need to make sure that we deal with that building urgently so that we can have students returning to that building and we can continue to enjoy the reasons why we built that building in the first place. So I think, I know there's progress into fixing the building, but we need to fast track it. We need to make sure that we fast track that building so that we can have students and staff returning to those buildings, and then we can utilize them. And therefore, in saying that, we must also safeguard that what is happening in 2,000 beds, we must not be having the same discussion 5 years later. Because this building of pharmacy building is the recent second building after the new res. So we must not be sitting here 5 years later. I know some of the management will not be here because of contract issues, but we will still be here. And then we don't want to be sitting in 5 years to come saying there's cracks at 2,000 beds. That 2,000 beds is no longer inhabitable. That will really break our hearts. Equally so, we need to continuously invest on infrastructure You know, there's a serious backlog, not of only maintenance, but of having infrastructure. I think like VC, for example, we were blessed to attend a particular program that was organized by Ms. Odette, where we went to vets. I think Tateli Chava was there. It was quite fascinating to be in a room where you are being lectured and there's around about 8 screens, just in one room. I think 8 screens where you don't necessarily have to be looking at the lecturer because everything else is groups and blended learning. You could just be sitting looking at your screen at any other time. If you look at how bad we are at SMU, you see right now we're having people who are online. We don't have a projector here that should be showing us those that are online if there are questions and other things. But that is just not to blame the colleagues from the department. It's just to say our infrastructure is so 1994 here and it needs to be so 2021. So that is a call that we're having. I'm not so sure who's dealing with infrastructure in terms of technology, but we really need to also make sure that we move towards that direction. I think last but not least, Prof, this is not part and parcel of my speech. It's something that touched me over the weekend when I was reflecting about SMU. Colleagues, those that have access to my statuses will realize that I sometimes get too emotional about SMU. But the reason why I get emotional about SMU is not because I have vendettas of anybody at SMU, it's because of the fact that it really breaks my heart when I see that there's no progress. It breaks my heart when I feel that we are having disjuncture as far as issues of unity. The reason why I read that definition of culture is because of the definition of culture speaks of collectiveness. It says it's an achievement of the collective. So if we are not having unity, then we are not having SMU. There's a particular link that I read that was shared in our group. It's a link from a particular newspaper. So I'm not going to say what the article was all about. But when you read that article alone, you then feel that there's even management attacking each other in just one article. So somebody says one, two, three about Mutevele, and then somebody calls, then Manyawu says something bad about Mutevele. In one article, you're already having a problem. And some of the biggest problems that we're sitting here at SMU is because of the disjuncture and the fact that there's serious divisions within management. I know that we don't talk about these things. Maybe sometimes even management don't have the courage to come and talk about it here. But VC, one of the biggest problems, and I remember I told you one day when we had a chat, I said, one of the reasons why some of the VCs had failed in the past, it is not because of their own doing. It is because of the fact that their management was not in unison. Their management was not moving in one direction where we can actually build the SMU we want. So instead, we continue to have a camp, yeah, Mr. Mutevele. We continue to have a camp, yeah, Mr. Manyawu. Then we have a camp, yeah, Professor Obi. Then you have a camp, yeah, Professor Siko. Then Odette is on the other side. By just that alone, you cannot have a university that is prosperous. I need us to make sure that we can note this and we can put it in bold. Because half the time, we're talking about students who are not all right. We're talking about labor that is not all right. We're talking about the fact that they strike and they do 1, 2, 3. But we have never had a reflection where we are reflecting on the management and the fact that most of the problems that we are having, even as far as the level of labor, even as far as the level of students, is caused by management. Because management would also align themselves to certain individuals to fight another individual. I think Tateli Kawe actually came here and actually presented it very well. That you will have somebody who goes and galvanizes students to go against a particular individual, and this is an executive against an executive using either labor or using students to fight their own battles. I had often said in my WhatsApp where I said in my status that I'm not coming to those battles. But we need your management to be united. We need a management that is in one front, that is representing the university so that we can feel that there's a direction that we're moving. So far, we don't feel it. I should give you a typical example that just last week alone, we had a meeting that we wanted to have on Thursday. But when we wanted to have a meeting on Thursday, typically to talk about 3 things. This is a meeting of now. We want to talk about the once-off, the 2,500 rand that staff should have received last week and did not receive it. We want to talk about the long service bonus and some other in-house issues as far as issues of council is concerned. Those are the 3 agendas. And these 3 agendas are quite very urgent to us because we want to tell our members as to why they did not receive the 2,500 rand. But guess what then happened? We were told, no, your agenda items are not urgent. Now the question is, who sit down and decide on these are urgent matters and these are not urgent matters? How do you have an HR that is sitting at the university corner deciding whether this is important and this is not important? You then start feeling that there's also some of your management that are there but trying to micromanage the existence of other organizations, which becomes a problem. MVC, the last point that I want to make, over and above the issues of unity and these other issues, these ones are in-house issues, we're going to deal with them on the other side. We must not continue to run this university on rumors. We must not continue to run these universities on gossips. The reason why our meeting was not accepted was because of there's a gossip on the ground that Nea wants to strike. I sent a lot of voice note last week. I was on training, but while I was attending that training, I was super divided because of everybody was telling me, are we striking or not striking? And I said, there's not going to be a strike called Mudauzi strike. I can't just wake up and then march to the university, to the VC's office. If we march, it's going to be a collective of Nehao that would have decided that is the case. Not that we even want to march. But there must not be rumors, and then from rumors, people must start managing individuals. We must do what we call fact-checking. So we must have a management that is that proactive. If they're saying there's a strike, somebody from management must give me a call. Are you striking? There's no wrong in calling me if you want to find out if that is the case. But we must not run the university from a gossip point. We cannot have a university that is a gossip university where we're going to entertain gossips from corridors. And we must desist from accepting that from just a gossip, somebody says, no, I heard this comrade wants to strike, and then we must rush into wanting to galvanize individuals. We must stop. I know, Lechawa, you gave me 5 minutes, but I spoke a little bit longer because it hurts me. Sometimes it makes me not to sleep because I love SMU. I want to see SMU grow. But the question that I'm going to pose today is, VC, is your management in love with SMU as much as we love it now? Is your SMU, is your management willing to be as progressive as we expect them to be? There's so many issues. If I open my laptop here, you can actually see my frustrations. Sometimes you want to do certain things for workers as labor. You send emails, your emails are blue-ticked. You continue to send emails. You escalate them as fast as you can, and they're blue-ticked. Now, you need to understand one thing. When workers are having a problem that needs to be dealt with by labor, we just don't start by marching. We formalize it. We send an email. The email gets received. And then a month ends. There's no anything. It's just, there's no movement. Your workers continues to come to you. Now, 3 months passes and that issue has not been looked at. Now, what do you think the constituencies that we represent think of ourselves? They will be thinking, no, but you are in bed with management because if you were, this thing should have been sorted. That is why last week I was frustrated in saying some of the problems that we're dealing with are the fact that the individuals whom we have put so much hope, which is management in this case, are not as what we want them to become. We are not saying management must be friends with us, but we are saying management must at least heed the call on the ground of saying, listen, this is the direction we're putting the invest. So comrades, with these few words, I wish that we unite for the sake of SMU. The more we unite behind the banner of SMU, the more we decide to move forward, the more we decide to put our differences aside, the more by all chance we try to put her first, as much as she does put us first on the 15th. We are going to move in a particular direction. This culture is for all of us to unite behind a particular common purpose. We're going forward, and SMU is going to grow, but it cannot grow if all of us don't heed the call, from management, students, all the way up to until staff. Amanda.
For you, my people.
Amandla. Awethu. Khula SMU khula. Khula SMU khula. No, thank you very too much, colleagues who have spoken. I would like to greet everyone, executive management, members of council who might be there, Senate, and students, the major stakeholders of this institution, to be more precise, labor, and all other affected members present physically and online. And of course, you would know that we are speaking of a change of culture. And a change of culture directly has a direct impact on us as students, because I must tell you, in 5 years to come, in 10 years to come, when I'm out of this institution, this degree that I'll be holding here for the rest of my life, funding for both my kids, my wife, my children, and my cousins, and all of those who will be depending on me will be dependent on the degree in which I hold. And that is why it's very much important that a change of a culture of where we are schooling and where the degree that is going to form part of our life, it's very, very important. And I will start with a very nice view that this farm must demonopolize. That this farm must demonopolize in our time. And get me correct, I'm putting this out loud to say the campus has been run as a monopoly, and the campus must demonopolize. And I'm speaking this with regards to views, representation, ways of doing things, in that each and every sector of the institution is equally important. Each and every individual within the institution is equally important and has a role to play. And I'm going to further keep up with what has been touched by some of my colleagues. That speaks to one, there must never, not even once, that the campus must thrive on lies. There has been a time, those of us who've got institutional memory, and of course, maybe that speaks to why the campus has been run on rumors for the longest of time, but we are saying this time around, not with our farm. That there would be a rumor, and a rumor would fly, and all of us must be made to be angry at what is to be the case. And now we are saying now more than ever that not with our farm. Look, I'm saying this without any clear and fear of contradiction, that our farm must demonopolize with views, with growth, and we are not apologetic about that. That this farm will be for all of us, those who work it and those who live in it. Students, for the longest of time, have been, of course, pawns, because we are a lot. And of course, what we can explain is that when you think of students, and of course, I think Mlaudzi has spoken about one cannot live outside the other, but I can tell you that if you've got about 6,800 students who are literally a lot here, we are more than the number of staff. I think there was one guy in one of the meetings who spoke about student to staff ratio. And even that, I'm sure, is about, if the D-head things indicate that more students, once you have got students, you are literally having a vast number of people that can advance whichever interest that you can have. Now, that speaks to the use of students to advance whatever agenda, whether it's good or bad. And we are saying, without anything being as a mandate of the student and the student at large, that must be discarded. We are clear about the farm. The farm must be demonopolized. The farm belongs to all of us who live in it, who stay on it, and who work for it. And if all of us cannot be in a position to claim a particular part of transformation, this farm will not go anywhere. This is a turning point of our life. This is the only time whereby SMU has got good stories to tell, but newspapers only comes to us only to report on bad stuffs. Why? because you realize that each and every time people seek to make sure that the institution is humiliated. We want to deal away with that culture. It cannot be that only when you get to be shared links of newspapers, the only thing we are sharing is when there is a shutdown of the campus. We want to hear of the good work that is being done in the School of Medicine, in the School of Dental, in the School of Pharmacy, in the School of Science and Technology, and in the School of Healthcare Science, written in newspapers. It cannot be that we are here all the time to read about the institution, to celebrate whenever bad news are written about the institution. But we cannot have a standing point where good points of the institution, good contributions are done within the institution, but newspapers and radio stations and on TVs were not spoken about that. I can assure you that every time when UCT and VETS take up a position to say they are the first ranking in the country, you see them being interviewed left, right, and center. Why are we not taking up the stage when good things are done about this? I was expecting at the top of my head that with an infrastructure like that is happening of the 2,000 beds, that is happening in a historically disadvantaged institution, it was supposed to make headlines. Everywhere it's supposed to be that the university is making significant progress. But that cannot be the order of the day, because we always make headlines with bad reports. And that is what we must start making a change around that. Student-centeredness. And I'm speaking as a representative of students. That, of course, in the change of culture, we want change that is central to students. And I'm just going to touch on about 3-4 things, and of course the rest, I best believe students will come through. One, and when I speak about the monopoly of the campus, let me come through. I mean, it's a problem to me, and has been a problem to me, that we came to this campus only to eat galitos. It's equally a monopoly, because it says that everybody who's here must eat chicken. And those who are allergic to chicken, the cafeteria is not going to favor them. And the monopoly speaks about a situation whereby I should be able to go to debonaires on campus. And of course, that is amongst the many other things that we are busy with at this time. That's why I'm factual on saying the farm will demonopolize. And of course, in many other reasons. That we want to walk around this campus like we're in a CBD. That even when I'm telling them at home that, hey, I just wrote a very difficult test, but at least just send me 300 so I can buy, triple decker sweet chili with no cheese extra, on campus, not waiting for a scooter, not waiting for anything. And when I don't feel like debonaires, I must run to chicken licking and the likes, which of course chicken licking reduces the babblers across the stress that sometimes the academics can give towards the students. And of course, the many other things is, of course, Student Entertainment Center, which has been a conversation, by the way, Vice Chancellor and ED, Institutional Support, together with ED, Student Affairs. We want a situation whereby we would know that there is a student center that serves to entertain students on campus. And I'm going to touch on a lot of various factors, by the way. When students are entertained on campus, that will equally mean that you have successfully reduced 75% of GBV cases. You have successfully reduced danger to students in and outside of the campus. That means that I would not have to go to Ioba to go there for entertainment. That means I can literally maybe walk around here, go get something, listen to music, eat food, and go back to my room, be satisfied with the campus in which I'm staying. And of course, they spoke about infrastructure. Infrastructure becomes an important aspect of transformation, in that if I'm unable to take a selfie with my girlfriend at the gate to say, no, just chilling with my woman, and you know how things are when we normally go out as students, it's a problem, because it means you can't even take pride in that. We must have a situation whereby you go to whichever food outlets, you are able to go on a date on an official basis with, of course, your girlfriend in the confines of students, and you feel very proud about that. And now we speak about maintenance and quality. Because, you see, you can have quality, but without maintaining it, it becomes a problem. And that speaks to these residences across the campus, you know. It's of course a crisis that these residents were built, I think, 45 years ago, when maybe some of us are not even born, were not even considered, or maybe some of our parents have not even met. But some of them are still standing, but the recent ones are a crisis because of maintenance. And of course, others are falling because for the longest of time, they have not been maintained. And I'm now speaking on maintaining of the current ones that we have and those that are currently here. Because we cannot be that we will be building to demolish, you know. Like now we're going to demolish Lost City. Well, there is an instruction of the 2,000 beds coming. Of course, Lost City might be a compromise, but I best believe the way I look at it, Lost City was built before 4B or any of these residences that look old. And I don't want to say, maybe this building are built this way because at that time it was, apartheid, and they were literally built for black people. But there is some strongness that comes with them, and I hope that Mr. Mtebele, together with your team, with all these other buildings that are still to come, and of course the executive at large, we would ensure that quality is the order of the day. We don't want to see what happened at Pharmacy Building or carrying in the 2,000 beds. We want to say, when we are old enough, at 45 years of age, come here as a lecturer, I doubt, to say, non those who would want to be, to say who want to be academics, of course, I doubt I'll be one, to say, no, that 2,000 beds was built in our time, and the 2,000 bed is still standing. Now I can tell you when we're in the hospitals there, the professors, they still say, I was staying in 1A. Are you guys still calling it 1A? We must change a lot of stuff, such that transformation is not a one-phase aspect. There is a lot of things to be done. Collectiveness. You see, once you've got a divided house, you are more expected to not achieve anything. That speaks to the vision of the institution. That speaks to what the institution is best to achieve. Because the division lies when we are not honest with what is the case at the current moment. The division happens when all of us are not in the same page as to what must be achieved next from here. And I can tell you without no fear of contradiction that the moment we are a divided house, there is a celebration on the other side, because you would understand that the moment there is a division, that is the space where the lying, the rumors, the whatnot, they thrive. That is where the growth and the progress of the institution is not witnessed. Because when there is a unity, there is an automatic scaredness of those who don't want to see progress outside of them. Because they will know that there is no way in which I can come to peddle whatever that I want to peddle, because everyone is of the same mindset and is saying the farm must progress, the farm must be taken from one position to the other. We are saying in our time, at least there must be progress. In our time, there must be seen progress physically, environmentally, psychologically, and otherwise. And with that being said, we'll be saying that the transformative agenda of SMU is progressive, because we would know that each and every individual within the confines of this farm is aware of the change, is an integral part of each and every transformative change that is to happen. That is to say, if now we are saying that there's going to be a Debonair's stairs that is going to happen next to that technical dam, all of us must be aware of it. Information must flow to all of us. And we must know that, okay, sharp, I don't need to wake up and just see people planting things there and ask myself what is to happen. The the communication must come through, and of course such important information must equally catch up a headline in one of these kind of, what is the name of that guy? Rama of Pretoria News. He seems to like SMU when we're not having good stuff. Maybe Dr. Pule and his department must, after writing these many newsletters, must also tag him. So that in each, and I think they are released every week, because every week I get like an SMS of telling us news edition, Professor What is elected as whatnot. They don't make headlines, that's a problem. Dr. Pule and the collective must find a way to attach to these people so that these people can know the progress that the institution is making. And at least we can have a track record. Because I can tell you as a student, even if maybe some might not be aware of it, after 10 years, the good news that the institution track records is a track record of our graduation pockets that we are going to be holding as time goes on. The idea that we'll wake up from a caucus and decide to valor the farm must die now more than ever. There are platforms, channels of communication to this farm. And that must be the order of the day. There are reps that problems must be addressed at appropriate channels from student side, going to across all other issues. But equally, we are saying that that must not be a way of executive members sleeping on duty. And this is one of the greatest highlights that I think I need to make across the line, to say we need to know who is expected to do what, from an executive level coming down to rest managers level and across also to cleaners, like people who are dealing with operational issues. Because this toe-to-toe up and down that you always see students not knowing where to go. They go this side, they say, no, this is not my problem, run here. The students go to this one, they run here. They say, no, you're not supposed to take it to me, supposed to go here. You go and run up to this one says, no, you are supposed to be that one. Now you feel like you can put all of them in a WhatsApp group and say, Kantu, why are you frustrating me now? Because everyone is saying I'm supposed to come here. This one come. There was once a point where I felt like creating a WhatsApp group for executive, because when you walk to this one's office, says, no. This one, in fact, because it deals with this one, it's supposed to be dealt with this one. And the way I was frustrated at the time, I think it was around January, registration period. You know how frustrating it can be as a student leader. It's like to myself, you know what? I must just create a WhatsApp group for these comrades, add all of them, and say to them, guys, in fact, who's responsible for this one? Because you get to be tossed up and down. And that, if you can understand that, if from an SRC perspective point of view, that can be witnessed to say, no one would want to take up responsibilities and will rather push it to the left, if not to the right, then you realize maybe there's a crisis above. But what must then be the case is that we must be in a position to publicly put it. You see these billboards that are here that you always see them, sometimes a poster stays here for 12 years with an event that happened somewhere back then. We must put up a way in which it explains who is expected to do what, and when what is the problem, where should one go, because that will reduce the amount of frustration and will equally inform what is to happen when there is a problem that is being said to be the order of the day. That will reduce equally the rumors and all of these other things that this firm does not need, especially when it's about to take a very clear stance on transformation and anything related to it. Now, we want to see headlines of the transformative agenda and good news of the farm, because it touches us. Our love for SMU will make us to reach to the apex. If needs be, they want us to walk to Cape Town, we'll do that. If they are saying if we are to do that, they will start reporting good news about the progress of the farm. And that is the only thing that matters now. That if the farm is taken to the greatest extent of good news being reported on it, we will support that thing. And anything for the farm, we are going to support it, nothing against the farm. And if there's anything against it, we are going to make sure we'll isolate it and deal with it decisively. At each and every level, we are going to be present to deal with anything that is against the progress of this farm of ours. Amandla. Thank you very much.
I don't want them to spoil you.
Thank you very much to all the colleagues from Labour, as well as the SRC President for taking stage so that we understand and know that they are part of this roadmap to culture change. What we are going to do now, colleagues, is, Dr. Malauzi, you are correct. I did not tell you that you are going to speak, because it's part of the culture that we want to create, that we want to begin to create uncomfortable conversations. Because I think as an institution we have been comfortable for too long. So we want to create that space where we have uncomfortable conversations. And if you feel that you cannot fit in these uncomfortable conversations, then you would know in which space do you belong in the university. Uncomfortable conversations where labor and management are able to go into a workshop and really discuss robust and critical issues that can move the university forward. I have noted a few things from labor, and one thing that I've noted from all three speakers, it's around the university being able to create platforms for engagement. Running to the gate should not be the order of the day. But we should create platforms where we're able to have these conversations, not as being reactional, but being proactive. And maybe VC, I must just take this opportunity to, while we have received a lot of questions online as well, we're also going to provide colleagues on the physical platform to ask a few questions as well. But maybe just before that, give the institutional support, executive director, an opportunity to come and speak on the plans that institutional support has in terms of student services around your catering and many others in terms of your student entertainment as well. Also, give a platform to the Vice Chancellor to come and just, because you must remember that, colleagues, most of you are here and you don't know what is happening. And this is a type of platform that has been provided so that you can get to understand. When we said SMU is moving, SMU is really moving. There's so many pockets of excellence, like the SRC President has said, that we are not celebrating. But we always want to run to links when we hear bad news or when we see gossip. And by the way, Pretoria News has spread gossip. And we are not scared to mention that the type of things that they receive, it's gossips. The ultimatum rule gives all parties a fair opportunity to respond on anything that has been raised against you. It is, however, that some of us, we always want to see this university turning into a distraction. We do not want to see peace in this university. But I'm happy that the SRC President and other colleagues have said is that it is time that we demonopolize the farm and we guard the farm against anarchy and mediocrity. This farm belongs to you and I. If we cannot take off this farm, our kids, those that we take off in our homelands, they will suffer as well. And I liked what the Nahawu Dr. Malauzi chair said, that he will not become party of this gossip and so forth and so forth. Similar that was shared by Mr. Lekar. So maybe it's important that VC, before we take questions, that we give the institutional support. Colleagues, no one was prepared, and I think if you know that you are doing work, call me anytime, ask me what I'm doing in transformation. I can tell you all the projects that I'm busy with in transformation. You don't have to wake me up at night, I have to write a report. No. I can tell you I'm busy with this, I'm busy with this, I'm busy with this. I can name them from the tips of my fingers. So it's always important that when opportunity presents itself, we should come and inform the community that Colleagues, we are doing well as a university. And we must not shy away from the mere fact that we are doing well, we are progressing, and we are moving. Institutional Support Executive Director, Mr. Motebel, to just come and speak around issues of what is it that is happening in terms of residences, student entertainment center, student services, and also just Professor Sukwe to come and speak of the great work she's doing in the schools, because she's having so many seminars. I get touched when I see all the work that is happening in the teaching and learning space. So much is being done behind backstage, but we never celebrate those things. Professor Sukwe will also come just to give us an idea of what is happening in the teaching and learning space. The CFO as well will come and say, how far, what are we doing as a university? Colleagues, 5 minutes each, and then Odette will come and just speak about culture. Because in all honesty, colleagues, the EDHR spearheaded this project since 2019, and we've been coming with it piece by piece by piece. We are here today because the ideology to do a culture survey has helped us to identify problems that we see in the university. And then VC, you will then come and yours is just to speak about what is your strategy in terms of dealing with the divisions that you find within executive management. Because if all speakers can come and say, I liked how the SRC president put it, that you should not become part of a caucus that will later lead on to anarchy, so forth and so forth. Institutional Support Executive Director, followed by DVC Teaching and Learning, followed by CFO, followed by EDHR, and ultimately the VC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lachava. Good morning, colleagues. Vice Chancellor, members of the Senior Management Committee, members of the Executive, good morning, and organized labor. Mr. Lachava, like he indicated, I was not prepared for a speech, but like he indicated that we must have a very difficult, he's taking us out of our comfort zones. So I will briefly get into what we are busy with as institutional support. We have been ramping up on the projects that are funded by DHET and many other funders. To start with is the one that everybody knows, that's the 2,000 beds. Those that do not know, we also have the 800 beds project approved. So we're busy with the designs and the drawings for the 800 beds. We are of the view that next year, construction will start regarding the 800 beds. We have just handed oversight to the contractor for the major project of sewer water reticulation. We know we've got a water issue and sewer on campus. So they had approved a project like that. So we went out to the market and the contractor is appointed. They have started with the site establishment. We expect that towards the end of the month, construction would have started. Those that do not know that project, it is to upgrade the main water supply into the university in order to support the 2,000 beds, but moreover, is to ensure that the old infrastructure of water is upgraded. That's water, sewer, and drainage project. We have commenced with, we are almost complete with the project of the generator project at campuses. Most of the generators have been commissioned, so we are very happy that that project is coming to completion. There is a project of the CCTV cameras both on some of the reses and at One Stop and Dental. We expect that that project will be completed middle of October. There's progress there. The staff cafeteria, they are 95% complete, and the pavilion, the staff cafeteria and pavilion is one project. We are almost complete with the project. The contractor is busy with housekeeping and cleaning of site. We should be handing over that site, which means that what is going to follow is that we'll be going out to the market in order to appoint a service provider for catering for a period, either 3 years or 5 years, in order to provide culinary services at the staff cafeteria. We are almost complete with the pharmacy laboratories. We were converting the old dairy farm to pharmacy labs. There's significant progress there. We have appointed the service provider for the pharmacy building in order to do concrete remedial work, as we all know that there were cracks that were witnessed at that building. So they had funded us, so the contractor will also be established inside next week. We are starting with a road construction project to deal with the potholes when you come from the entrance at the back at the M17. So it will cover most of the areas up to that junction there where there's a new tar road. So it will come from the gate, you turn right, left, pass at the corner of Lost City and the rest is then you turn left up to this tar road here. So that project, the contractor has been appointed. Yeah, I think those are the major projects that we are busy with. Otherwise, maintenance is continuing. You see on SME Media. We have completed the incubation center, the center for research, incubation. That contractor which should be complete now, and we think that will hand oversight very soon. Yeah, Mr. Lechawa, you caught me off guard, but I think that's about the major projects that we are currently busy with. Thank you very much. Thanks.
DVC.
Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Shaba wants to be the only one who shines here. He wants all of us to come here unprepared, you know. But it's fine, you know, when you are an expert, you are an expert. It doesn't matter at what time do people wake you up to come and tell them about what you do. Because what you do, it's something that you are good at. Hence, you are appointed by the institution. Thank you very much. As far as teaching, learning, and community engagement, we started the year by revising our graduate attributes. The reason why we revise the graduate attributes is because we want to make sure that our students are on par with the developments in the country and in the world. Currently, the world is going towards the fourth industrial revolution. It's going to DHET, and the country and the world as well. They are going towards making sure that universities are entrepreneurial. And the reason why universities have to be run like business and to be entrepreneurial, it is because our dependency on government subsidy and funding is shrinking on daily basis. So DHET is encouraging us to do that. So hence we are saying, if our students have to be able to function and to learn and to come out, to be entrepreneurs, to be ready for the fourth IR, to be ready as a health sciences university, to function in a world of NHI where the health digital strategy is being implemented, then the graduate attributes have to talk to it. So we have finished that, and they are in the process of being approved by executive committees up to council. And they will be infused within the curriculum at each and every school. And also, our commitment is that SMU should be student-centered. And we want to focus on ensuring that the excellence in teaching and learning is the language of the day. So in order to do that, we have to make sure that our pedagogy, our way of teaching, our methods of teaching our students are talking to what we want to do. So we are in the process of introducing problem-based learning as a pedagogy of teaching and learning within the 3 schools. School of Pharmacy is already there, but we are going to retrain them. School of Healthcare Sciences and School of Oral Health, that is where we are starting, and later we will come to the School of Science and Technology and the School of Medicine because they are the largest. So while we are doing that, we are also linking them with our teaching at our classrooms. Because you can't come with an innovative method of teaching and then your classroom does not say that. So our classrooms are being turned into smart classrooms. We went and benchmarked, myself and Mr. Mutebele and his team, to go to Gibbs. Gibbs is a private university, but it has got classrooms that are prepared for innovative teaching and learning. And those classrooms, I know that they benchmarked at Harvard, where I also benchmarked previously. So we are aligning that, those classrooms. We have submitted a proposal to DHEAD for infrastructure, and the proposal is in the process of being implemented. And also we are increasing the number of classrooms based on the advice that we got from the review that we conducted last year of the academic enterprise. So in our classrooms, our future classrooms, I see classrooms where we have our students in the classroom, those who are willing and are able to be in the classroom at that time, and the students who are in their homes, in their provinces, in KZN, while the lecturer is in class, but they're all connecting to SMU because our classrooms, our equipment and facilities will be supporting that, where the lecturer will be seeing them in the different screens and talking to them and acknowledging them and answering their questions. So this is the direction we are taking as SMU. For problem-based learning, we are partnering with the University of Maastricht in the Netherlands. Our training of our academics will start either now in September towards the end or early in November. So we are working on that. We are changing our skills center to become a simulation center. You know, we are a health sciences university. So for that, Mr. Mutebele and his team developed beautiful plans, and we submitted our application for funding. The simulation center is going to be a simulation hospital, which will have 3 levels. And on the ground floor of those levels, we want to run primary healthcare clinics because we still have to teach our students to be prepared for NHI, where students will simulate upstairs and downstairs, they will meet real patients. And we have developed a strategy for our IPE PCP. And for that strategy, we are actually trying to link that to teaching and learning and to link it to clinical teaching and to community engagement. So that office will be a unit that will be accommodated on the simulation center, but currently we are starting at the skill center where we are. And we are identifying a space outside at Roslyn where we are going to share a facility with a TUT and also the industries there, where we are going to make sure that our IPECP is practiced there. And we are in the process of purchasing a mobile simulation that will move and be parked closer to the space so that our students and the lecturers, they go there. Because in health sciences, you don't function alone, you don't practice alone. This patient is not your patient alone. It's a patient for all of us. So our students need to grow and learn from this environment, that this is how we function. I refer to physiotherapists, I refer to a medical doctor, I refer to a pediatrician, because that is how we function. In terms of academic support, we have worked very hard during COVID, and you all know, as much as there are bad stories that are being told, but the good story is that as SMU in 2020, when we started with online learning, only 24% of our staff members were trained on how to use online learning. But as I speak now, and I'm standing here, 100% of our staff members have been trained, and they are able to use online learning, they're able to load, and they're able to assess our students online. And all our students who needed to have gadgets, they have gadgets at SMU, and that is doing very well. And our staff members have been trained through Blackboard on a program called e-Teacher Series. And through that e-Teacher Series, USAF has identified us as SMU because they have developed a program where they are going to assist the historically disadvantaged universities. And our staff members are identified to be trainers. So they are going to be trainers who will be training other academics of other universities because of the progress and the good work that we have done. So our students have been trained for academic support. We have mentoring that is monitored, that is running very well to support our first-time entering students, and we have extended our mentoring program to residencies. And I'm standing here calling upon our students to say, please join the student mentoring program so that we can support and turn our residencies to become centers of learning. In 2020, we decided that most of the students that were excluded in 2019, we were bringing them back in order to come up with a strategy. Because when we were looking at the appeals that we're evaluating, we realized that most students were were excluded, but we didn't do anything on our side to support. So we accepted most of those students back, and we put them on a formal program. I must say the Center for University of Teaching and Learning struggled a lot to get those students to attend those support programs. But out of the 174 students that were excluded, that 73% of those students became successful because CUTL persisted and made it a point that those students are supported. And we also referred some of them to the Student Affairs for psychological support. So that has worked very well. And in 2021, all the students who were excluded in 2020, through the support and the advocacy of the SRC, most of them were accepted back, and we are still putting them on that process. The aim really of doing that is not that we are encouraging or we are lowering our standards, but we want to ensure that there's access and there's also success. That when students are coming to the university, they must graduate and get their degrees and be satisfied and get what they came here for. And also, we are in the process of turning an SMU of making sure that SMU takes its position as a comprehensive university. Universities have been classified. Others are rural universities, others are traditional universities, others are comprehensive. We are a comprehensive university as SMU, and which means SMU must open its doors. We must give certificates, we must give diplomas, we must not only give high-level qualifications. We must encourage access. People must get education at SMU, including our communities, our short courses, because we are establishing a center for short courses as well. We call it a Health Sciences Institute, so that it should be a learning place. Everyone who passes that gate, when they look at this site, and they must say, yes, I learned from that university. I got, even if it's a certificate of being clean, to clean the university or to clean everybody's home, but I got it from that university. So that's what we are doing now. We reviewed the academic enterprise, and the schools have listed the programs that they are going, new programs that they are going to introduce, and DHET is awaiting us to research those programs and submit them to them, and so that they can include and add them to our PQM. And once we increase that PQM, our aim is that with those programs, we need to increase the student numbers to at least 13,000 as a university. And I don't want to take Mr. Manyau's words. Once we get to that stage with these new programs, then Mr. Manyau will be able to say, yes, we are ready for a second campus. But that's a process which needs to start now. We have developed a workload model, so we are in the process of implementing it to make sure that our staff members, our professors, they know what is expected of them. At a university, especially our university, there are 4 major roles that academics are supposed to carry, and they're supposed to be specialists and to be experts in all of them: teaching and learning, research, community engagement, and clinical teaching. So the workload model has to show, and they have to develop, to divide the hours, so that when people are applying for promotion, they should know that I don't have fears, because I meet the requirements as according to this workload model. I have functioned, and I will be able to be promoted and go to the next level. And also to ensure that there is a structure for academics, because currently we do not have that structure. We are always, the unions are always on our case, but our consultants who are working in this area will ensure that the structure is developed. As I indicated, that DHET is encouraging, and the world over, encouraging universities to become entrepreneurial. We have launched an student entrepreneurship. About 150 of students have been trained, and we do have a program that has been running, but we are strengthening that program to ensure that all students are being trained. And we are going to ensure that those students are linked with mentors, with funders that can give them grants. The course has been completed, and we are now in the process of linking them so that they can have their startups and start running their business. And we are taking that out, we are rolling it out where all everyone in the university will be allowed, will be capacitated to run a business. So we are going to introduce communities of practice for teaching and learning, for research, which Prof. Ayusef is already running, for students, for studentpreneurs, so that it is happening also at residences, and for women. After Lekgotla now, Yusuf is going to launch the women entrepreneurs, and also our communities, so that everybody can be prepared. And we are going to partner with communities and also business, industries, and government to ensure that the university is entrepreneurial. And we have startups, people are running their business, and the university we are generating income. That is to generate the third stream income for the university, including the Center for teaching, for short courses that we are establishing. That is also aiming at ensuring that we generate the third stream income. We have launched the Golden Key Society, SMU. We belong to the international world. We are a chapter. And the purpose of this Golden Key is to ensure that students are developed as leaders, and we ensure that there is excellence in teaching and learning, and our students are prepared to be able to serve their communities. We have launched it. About 60 of the students have been funded and registered as members of the Golden Key Society. And these are students who have been performing above 65% in all their modules that they are having. And we are trying by all means to get funds. We got funds, we were able to fund the 60. We will fund more, but 627 of the students of SMU, that is the 15%, qualified to become members of the Golden Key Society. Golden Key Society expects us to pay about 700 per student, which has not been possible. But once the 700 is paid for a student, the student becomes a lifetime member with all the opportunities of scholarships, internationalization, being prepared for the workplace, being prepared to serve the communities, and to also to excel, continue excelling academically. And in terms of community engagement, we are working very hard. I'm sure you have seen, we advertised, calling for trying to establish areas of community engagement for the schools, that a school must know that in terms of community engagement, this is our area and this is what we are specializing with. I was talking to the colleagues here this morning about the work that we are doing at the schools. At the beginning of the year, we acknowledged one school where the School of Science and Technology is giving maths classes and science classes to that school. And the school did so well. They moved from 0% to 80% of matric pass in terms of those subjects. So we are saying, let each school know its niche area, and they focus on that niche area, and we support our communities, and we make sure that we publish our work. Last year, we started with about 9 projects as a university, and currently we've got 2 funders who are prepared to fund those projects, which were supporting the university and supporting the community in terms of projects in COVID-19. And you have seen that you received hand sanitizers, and those hand sanitizers were not only for the university, they only served the community, the taxi industry. They were educated, just to name one. And we are in the process of introducing telehealth at the university. And as a health sciences students, I'm sure you have learned, you have read about telehealth, and that process is being approved by management. So the list goes on. A lot is happening in terms of teaching, learning, and community engagement in order to take SMU at a higher level, and also to ensure that one day as SMU, in a year or 2, or maybe next year, we are also amongst the universities that are named and that are ranked as maybe one of the first 7 or the first 10 of the universities in the world and the country. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, these are the pockets of excellence that we embrace at SMU. CFO?
Good morning, colleagues. Some of us were not trained to be orators, but to be backroom operators. So I'm going to be very quick and straight to the point. I think what is important as of today to announce is that the university is not cash awash. We don't have a lot of cash. But also the university is not bankrupt. We are somewhere in between. So we are able to pay our salaries. There is no doubt that you'll get your salary next month if you're an employee and in the foreseeable future. And if you're a student, the services that are due to you are still guaranteed. So there's no need to panic at this point in time. But I should also indicate that this culture change also entails us as both management or employees and students to change our attitude towards how we manage the resources of the university. That is of critical importance. I can give you an example. If we get negative publicity in the media, that has got a direct impact on our funding from our stakeholders. If we've got strikes every now and again, that translates into runs and cents from where I'm standing. So those are things that I think are quite important, colleagues, to look at. My role or our job as members of the Department of Finance, they cut across all departments. So you'll find that some of the things that I will speak about, they might be falling in the portfolio of Prof. Sikwe, from Mr. Mtebele, of Ms. Ramseng, and all the other colleagues who may not be here. Point of view, as a university, the one risk that we have, or that gives me sleepless nights, is our sources of funding. We are overly reliant on the Department of Higher Education and Training. 62 to 64% of our revenue comes from the department. So if the department decides tomorrow that they don't trust us anymore and they withhold 62% of our funding, then we've got a real problem. So credibility becomes very important for us as a university. But I should indicate that as we speak right now, we have secured funding for all the infrastructure projects that you see going on that Mr. Mtebele has spoken about. That includes the 2,000 beds that are being funded by National Treasury, that are being funded by the Department of Higher Education and Training, but also being funded by DBSA in the form of a loan. So credibility becomes very important. If we lose trust from the DBSA, for example, they are going to withdraw 45% of that funding because they fund that project to the tune of 45%. They will not have the trust that will be able to service our loan going forward. So those are some of the things that I think are important and stakeholders here should address. We have got a very significant and major ICT project that is going on right now to redo our servers, our cablings, and all those kinds of things. I'm not an IT specialist, but I think Mr. Mahoka will be able to speak to that in terms of the technical terms. But there's a lot of money that is going into that project as well that we have secured funding for. In terms of credibility, we have done so well in the last 3 years. We have heard an unqualified audit opinion from the auditors. That's a good outcome. That's what one aims when they get audited. And that should continue going forward because it has got a direct impact on our funding as well. The current performance, and I'm going to address Mr. Mlauzi. Mr. Mlauzi, when he spoke about the 2,500 rand, here, this is an HR meter, but I'm talking about it. Like I indicated earlier on that I will talk about issues that affect other departments. Mr. Mlauzi would recall that this 2,500 was on condition. And that condition, like the VC indicated in his communication last week, we are about to meet it. We have not met the condition. We are about to meet it. It is we envisage that by next month we would have met this condition and employees will be paid the money that is due to them. It is not our business to withhold money that is due to the employees, but we also have to be prudent with the way we manage our resources. Those who have been here long enough, I'm sure most of you have been here longer than me. 3-4 years ago, this university was technically insolvent. This has improved quite significantly. Like I indicated, we are a very good going concern. Operationally, there are a lot of areas that we're trying to improve within the finance department. We are in the process of automating our supply chain management system. I'm sure a lot of you have been frustrated by the delays that you endure when you seek services from supply chain management. We have improved in some areas in terms of skilling people, in terms of also getting the right kind of staff on board. We have improved the number of staff in terms of headcount. But I think most importantly, we're in the process of automating. We are planning that by July 2022 or thereabouts, we should have our processes fully automated. And to do that, we need to have a good governance system. So what we've done, I'm just going to talk about this year. We've had our supply chain management policy approved by Council. On the 30th of September, we've got our infrastructure procurement policy serving on Council. It has been supported by the committees of Council. We also finalizing our protocol with the Harangua community in terms of procurement. But I indicated earlier on that all the problems that we have heard, they are problems that were diagnosed about 3, 4, 5 years ago. What we're doing right now is to implement some of the things. And most critically, I think, at this point in time for the university is that it was noted 3 years ago, 4 years ago, that SME has got only 6,000 to 6,500 students serviced by staff members of somewhere around 2,000, including joint appointees. If you do the math there, the ratio is so low. So that's one. So our productivity levels are very low. And colleagues, get me right, I'm not saying our employees are lazy. When I talk about productivity, I'm talking the number of students to the number of staff members. They are low compared to other universities. So that is one problem. The second problem is, as I indicated earlier on, we are overly reliant on the department. So our revenue streams are not diversified. 60 to 64% of our revenue comes from the department. About 20 to 25% comes from tuition, President. That is, in fact, is much lower than that because half of our students do not bother to pay their fees in full. It's a discussion for another day. So the challenge that we have is to have a third stream income strategy, which is also serving on Council on the 30th of September. It has been approved by the committees of Council. This enjoins us as a university community to look at other areas of raising our funding, which is what we are currently doing. This comes in the form of what we call the new business model. The new business model is the long-term plan for the university to become sustainable. Even if the department decides at some point in time, which will happen, I can assure you, that they will decide that, no, look, we want to win you as a university. We've been funding you to the tune of 62%. We can only fund you 38%. By the way, an average public university in South Africa is funded only up to 48%. So we are one of those unique ones. We are lucky because we've got goodwill with the department, but secondly, because also we are considered to be a new university. We can have that discussion, but we are considered to be a new university. So we are favored by the department, but this will not happen forever. So the new business model speaks about what Prof. Sigo was talking about. We need to increase the number of students. At the very least, our calculations are that to be self-sustaining, we should have 13,500 students. This is a long-term plan. We can't have the number of students overnight. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the academics. We don't have the ICT infrastructure as well, physical and ICT infrastructure. So we are building towards getting to the numbers that we require to make the university sustainable. I should also indicate to the members of the university community that we have got a lot of assets that have not been sweated. One that comes to mind is our land. We have got a lot of land here that we pay rates and taxes on a monthly basis towards. We have appointed a transaction advisor to assist us stitching up deals to have public-private partnerships, triple Ps in other words. But for us to have that, we need to have the support from National Treasury. We also need to have approval from the Department of Higher Education and Training. So the transaction advisor is assisting us in putting together a plan to sweat those assets. I think for now, that's all I can report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Rimsang?
Good morning, colleagues. Like my other colleagues, we haven't really prepared to speak, but we thank you for the platform nonetheless. I've been directed by the program director to speak on culture, and therefore I'm not going to speak necessarily to the HR programs and plans, but confine my talk to that of culture. It's going to be short and sweet, colleagues. Just 4 statements I really want to make. Firstly, culture is critical to the success of the organization. You know that the VC, when he came on board, he rolled out a very impressive 5-year strategy. But the reality of it, no matter how good those strategies are, no matter how good those plans are, culture eats strategy for breakfast. If we don't have a good culture, our strategy and our plans are not going to go anywhere. And when you look at the culture survey that we undertook in 2019, it said some serious concerns about our culture. We are toxic, we are unhealthy, and we need to do something about it because it's characterized by fear, by paralysis, and by non-performance. Thirdly, however, I'm pleased to say that the tide is changing in terms of how we are addressing matters. If you look at the interventions that are putting in place, for example, a dialogue of this would never have happened in our recent past without persons being attacked. So SMU is learning to play the ball and not the person, and that is really good for our culture. We have started interventions that say SMU needs to be emotionally intelligent. And as a result, many of us who have gone on that training because we want to interact with each other in a way where we understand where each perspective is coming from, rather than a way in which we shout down at each other. And as I always say, we have come to a point, colleagues, where we need to not raise our voices, but actually raise our argument, because that's what respect is about. We have started performance management, and we're starting to roll it out, and it's going to turn us into a high-performance organization. Come January 2022, every employee within the university would have signed a performance contract. We understand the importance of ensuring we have the right people for the right positions in order that we can perform. And as a result, the importance of shortening our recruitment has become so critical to the performance of this institution. Likewise, the issue of automation. We cannot continue, colleagues, in this day and age to be able to do manual processes. We need to automate performance management. We need to automate recruitment. Even in terms of our filing system, I cannot ask the EDIS to build me a bigger room. We're in the day of automation. What I need to do is put those personal files and automate them, and not necessarily ask me to build me out of the problem. But colleagues, at the end of the day, salaries are paid on time every month. And we need to, I think the SRC president spoke about the fact that there's lots of good news stories to tell. There is performance happening, there is functioning happening in the organization in a very structured way. And the fourth point I want to make, Program Director, is that despite all our challenges, there are groundswell of good men and women in SMU that want to make a difference in this organization. And let's, from this point in time, hold hands and individually be the change that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mahashwa. No, Dr. Mahashwa. They are online, Prof.
I'll quickly in terms of working on policies. So far, we have completed the sports policy, the pregnancy policy, disability policy to support students with disabilities, student parliament protocol, and we are currently working on a services catalog to outline the departments and officials who are responsible for various services. In terms of enhancing quality services in residences, Prof. Seko also highlighted that to say our residences are now spaces of living and learning. Now, part of our mandate as student affairs is that we had done the following. We have procured the following amenities in residences: stoves, mattresses, washing machines, microwave, DSTVs, as well as smart TVs, which are already installed. And because we had a problem of washing machines that are not maintained regularly, we have entered into an SLA with Lead Laundry, and there's a schedule of maintenance. We are also having monthly meetings with ICT institutional support to address maintenance and ICT-related matters on campus and off campus. And off campus, we have just established a committee where we are having monthly meetings with the off-campus service providers, outlining the services that are required for students. And we are also looking into emergency issues, for instance, water and electricity. How best can we engage with your municipality? That's some of the things that we are looking into. You'll remember that House Committee elections have been on the agenda of memos of demands for some time. I am happy to announce that today and tomorrow we are hosting our House Committee elections. Quality health services for our students. The EMS has been on a memo of demand for some time. The process to appoint the service provider is at an advanced stage. We have evaluated. We are just waiting for procurement to finalize appointment processes. We are also helping with hepatitis B and COVID-19 vaccines, and I encourage our students to really go for the COVID-19 vaccine. In terms of counseling support services, I need to indicate that our counselors are on ground throughout to attend to into GBV related framework to implement that. We also have an online, we are currently working on final.
Colleagues, apologies, we are having network issues from our side. The network is a problem in the sports complex. They are attending to it.
Tracking system to track students who are not performing well. You'll remember that every time we have students were excluded. As student affairs, we were really concerned about that, and we are working with CUTL as well as ICT with the students. They submit Okay, I see somebody saying I can proceed.
Yes, you may proceed.
Continue. So I was speaking about the at-risk students to say we have noted a high number of students submitting to be considered for exclusion. And as a department, we became concerned and came up with a system where we would want to trace them from as early as your Jan, Feb, March, so that we are able to attend to their in progress advanced stage where we'll be online tracking system for such students and will be able to support, and of course your deans and other academics will be able to provide it to those particular students. The isolation and quarantine facility, I must say we are having a facility at Madeira student residence, where we are quarantining and isolating our students. It has been very well. I remember people had a challenge to say, why only 10 rooms? And I must say, we're able to manage that efficiently. At no point do we have students not having space to be accommodated. In terms of sport and sport services, I need to indicate that we have just renovated our gym, to renovate our swimming pool. I'm aware that institutional support is assisting us on that. Hands of compassion, our numbers have grown so much, more than 300 today. However, we will be working with to sustain the project. I'm appealing to all of us to contribute to that Hands of Compassion project. Mentorship program, yes, we are working with the CUTL to implement the project. So governance, I need to indicate that we are currently, or we have developed some material for training and development where we'll be focusing on entrepreneurship, ethics, conflict management, and etc. And students will have access to such trainings. Of course, we have done an induction for. We have recently hosted a finance workshop where we included our finance people to talk to students about the financial policies and etc. That will also be cascaded to other students. We have just completed our student parliament framework, and of course I must applaud students who participated in those consultations. The student governance protocol still to be consulted and finalized with their SRC. The draft policy on management that most of the universities locally and abroad manage student protests so that it is managed at the same time, not restricting them from raising their concerns. However, we'll be coming with that policy. It's at the draft stage, we'll be consulting stakeholders before the end of the year. It should serve in council by the end of the year. Research, in terms of research, I'm proud to indicate that as a department, we are conducting surveys to assess perceptions of students regarding support services that we are providing. So far, we have launched the survey, and I'm appealing to students to really participate in those surveys so that we could hear your voice. And as a department, as a way of enhancing academic excellence, we are currently working with one master student who's doing a study at the campus health, and we are providing required support. We also have one doctoral student who's looking into support for LSM LGBTQ communities, and we will be providing that particular support so that at the end of all, we are able to inform our policies and support services that we are providing. Thank you, Chair and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahasho. Colleagues, let us give a round of applause to our team of executive management. What we are going to do, colleagues, our plane will land president of the SRC. The pilot just informed me that we'll land before 1 o'clock at Sfagomakhat Health Sciences University. We are landing very soon. I'm just going to note hands before the Vice Chancellor comes and speaks, so that when the Vice Chancellor is on the podium, he's also able to respond to the one question, that the one profit around divisions that you'd have to address in terms of how are we going to make sure that we deal with that matter, because we should not take it light. If the captain of the ship is having problems, we should make sure that we address them. And then I'm going to take 3 hands from the online platform, and then from the online platform, we'll then take hands from the physical venue. Can I note hands from the physical venue? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Am I correct, colleagues? Eight hands, ne? We are going to start from there, but let's start online first. Online?
Just a second. No, get the details of staff. Get the details of staff. That's why we need the details of all. And then BC auto indicator, what delegate or where it's right.
Online, any questions?
Just a second. Hello, Abiti Ponso. Hello. Hello, Makuta. Hey. What's it?
Check, 1, 2.
VC, the first question that's coming from online, what's the new culture that SMU wants to adopt with regard to research? What is the new culture that SMU wants to adopt with regard to research? The second question is our new culture. What is our new culture in relation to the fourth industrial revolution? And then another question, VC, how is the VC going to deal with the abuse of powers by his managers and leaders of organizations? How is the VC going to deal with the abuse of power by his managers and other leaders of organizations? And then the last one online, in terms of retention of policy, some of our graduates, more especially in the School of Science and Technology, are not offered spaces in as junior lecturers and so forth. What is the strategy in terms of making sure that we are able to, attract, in particular, our graduate, especially those from the School of Science and Technology? Then the last one, VC. This one is written in Setswana, but I'm going to translate. Salaries of cleaners are different. They all do the same work, but their salaries are different. Some have got qualifications when the others don't have, but their salaries are not the same. Can the VC clarify, or Executive Director HR? And in closing, when will the 2,000 beds be finished? When will the 2,000 beds be finished? Speaking of transformation, when we speak of transformation, we are not only speaking about infrastructure and restructuring management offices. We also speak of academics and academic staff. How come we can have an academic staff who can be on contract for more than 8 years, or as a part-time lecturer for more than 5 years and so forth? Can we also take care of our lecturer as much as we take care of our strategic positions? What is the view of the VC on that? Those are questions from online colleagues. And the last one, is it mandatory that vaccination should be part of our new culture? Thank you. VC, maybe you should respond to the online ones before we take the virtual ones. Thank you. The physical ones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lechava, and thank you for the questions. Let me start with the last one about compulsory vaccination. I think about a week ago, we had Prof. Chauke on media commenting about the view of the deans of the schools of health sciences across the country. And indeed, there is a move to make vaccination compulsory. But there are processes to be followed. And so at this stage, I will not venture into whether it is yes or not. But my plea is that let us care about our fellow students and staff. We protect ourselves and protect those that we love and those that we work with. And I think vaccination is it has been proven beyond doubt that when you get vaccinated, it reduces the severity of infection. And so when you're vaccinated also, you know, and I'm trying to look for diplomatic words here, your sense of care for the community, I think, is reflected in that. I know there are all sorts of issues about personal freedom and so on, but if you allow me, Program Director, probably that is something we'll discuss again on another day. But my personal view is let's all get vaccinated, particularly that we're in a health sciences university, we must lead by example. Program Director, I'll go straight to the questions. What is the new culture with regard to research? We are a university, we are a health sciences university. We must be leaders in terms of research. In fact, SMU should be right at the front. And so we will continue to grow research. I must have said, if Prof. Ayu Yusuf was here, Mr. Lechava, I know you'd have given him an opportunity to speak. But this university has shown a very good growth in terms of research and postgraduate training. We need to continue to emphasize that. And our commitment is that we are going to create an additional position in schools so that every school has a vice dean whose role is to manage research and community engagement. So we are committed to that. Remember that issues around research, community engagement, teaching and learning must largely be managed within schools. The deans, as the leadership of schools, must take full responsibility. Of course, the university, from an administrative perspective, must provide administrative support to ensure that there is growth in terms of research outputs. But I was telling some of my colleagues, areas of vaccinology, areas of diagnostics, and so forth and so on. We should be leaders. And what we need is a way where we work as a team. You know, if you're really thinking about the building blocks of vaccinology, of diagnostics, it happens in science and technology. When you get to the patient care, the drug development, so we must be able to create an ecosystem that really allows us to grow research. As a matter of fact, again, if Prof. Ayu Yusuf was here, one of the areas I've asked him to assist is to develop a proposal on the creation of a center for pandemics at SMU. I know it is work that is being done, but we would like to be leaders in that area. Our transformation with regard to the fourth industrial revolution, of course, there is still a lot that needs to be done at SMU. We must play in that space. As you know, there is a big project. Again, if the DVC was here, Prof. Ayo, who takes care of the ICT, would have told us this. We've invested a lot of resources to totally overhaul the ICT infrastructure at our university. It's a project that has already started. I'm told it should take another 6 months or so. I don't know if Mr. Mahoka is here, but he can give us more information. But indeed, we are working towards a state-of-the-art ICT infrastructure at the university. Mr. Motebele, Prof. Siku have already told us about the creation of smart classrooms at the university. So we are on the ball. Prof. Obi, if you are here, that's an issue also that within science and technology we really must take forward from the perspective of research. If you're talking about drones, why do we buy drones when we have people here that can help us to deal with the development of such equipment? So it is an area that we must keep our eyes on the ball. The next question is the issue about power of managers and leaders of organizations. This is called bullying. You know, we can call it many other words, but it's called bullying. The Vice Chancellor cannot and must not use his or her position to bully other people. Managers at executive position may not bully people. Labor, Dr. Mulaudzi and the other colleagues in labor, Tatema and so on, you cannot use your positions in labor to bully management or bully other employees. SRC president, if you're here, you cannot use, yes, president, president, you cannot, and the SRC, be a source of bullying for others. But the SRC president and his team have the power to ensure that their programs are effected. He has the authority to engage with management and other students. Labor, leadership, you have a particular role within the prescripts of the law to ensure that the rights of employees within the policies of this university and within the labor laws of this country, that you manage your portfolio. But it cannot be that labor would stand up and go and lock the Vice Chancellor in the office, or lock the EDHR in the office, or lock somebody else in the office. And the same thing again with us as managers, as I've said. I shouldn't do it and I must not do it. And I can tell you, colleagues, now you do that. I keep on telling people my honeymoon is over at SMU. I've been here for 1 year and 3-4 months. I've been very tolerant, learning the university. But I can tell you, somebody abuses their power, they will deal with me as a Vice Chancellor. And I will use the rules and policies of this institution to protect our staff and students. But bullying also means that it may be a non-SRC member who is bullying the SRC. So bullying happens from all corners. We call it abuse of power, that basically it's bullying. But if somebody is carrying out their responsibility, the Director of Research has said, Professor Seheri, that Mbati, for you to travel, you must have a proper accepted abstract for me to authorize your payment. I cannot now force Prof. Seheri and say, now, Prof. Seheri, you are abusing your power because you are not allowing me to travel. Absolutely not. She is simply doing her job. And so I think this is what we've been discussing all along. It's about each one of us appreciating what our roles are and doing them correctly. But I can tell you, colleagues, people go outside the ambit of the rules and guidelines of this university, you will deal with me. I keep on telling everybody, I'm an old dog with many scars. I have no problem adding 2-3 other scars. I don't have a problem. Retention policy, particularly for our graduates who are not offered junior lecturer positions. Now, I must say, colleagues, a university is set up to create skills and to graduate you out of this institution. Pastor, our role is not to graduate you and then retain you in the university. Having said that, a university has a role to keep its best performers. We must work in a way that the very best performers become part of growing the next generation of academics and the next generation of researchers. We have a responsibility for that. And so when opportunities arise, labor, we are going to create an open system. That open system would include our own who are in the system, but there are also students who have graduated from other universities who are citizens of this country that have a right to be in SMU as they have a right to be in any other institution. And so we will create competitive processes so that whoever we retain in this institution has competed effectively for that position. In fact, if you are a good student, you are the one that your HODs and the dean will say, I want Lechava to be the next junior lecturer here because he or she has demonstrated the capacity. But we're not going to create a rule that says, yes, yes, no. And I must say again, one of the issues we're looking at is one of our policies in terms of recruitment. We've done a lot of inbreeding over time. Now it is becoming a problem when you read the root cause analysis reports. We must be able to say that for all positions, when they become available, they must be advertised internally and externally, and let the best candidates perform for that position. It does not take away the issue about grow your own timber. Growing your own timber is an integral part of what we do, and what Ms. Ramsing does on a regular basis, it is exactly part of growing our own timber, that you have young managers in middle management who must go for training. We have people that must go for their master's degrees or PhD degrees. That's part and parcel of growing our own timber. And we will continue with that process. But it means if you have trained me, Ms. Ramsing, and I have my PhD and a position becomes available, it is not automatic that I become the senior lecturer there. It must be advertised. And me, who has been internal in the system, must compete effectively for it. Because if I don't, and now I can't go and teach proper practicals and theories to students, and I fail my students because Mbati was not competent, what growing our own timber were we doing? So these are the issues that we must continue to reflect on. Salaries of cleaners on different levels. I would suggest that this matter, Natele Chava, if it is acceptable, if we have those particular cases, they must be presented to HR. HR must look at them. But I must just say that, remember, when you are appointed in a post level, there are various, you have a post level, and then what do you have in between there? What is it called? Various grades. Yes, yeah. So if you're at post level 6 or post level 17, it doesn't mean everybody gets the same salary, because it depends on what experience you've come in with, what qualification you've come in, how many years. It would be unfair that I've been at SMU for the last 20 years. Mbati gets appointed tomorrow and Mbati earns the same salary as somebody who has been here for 20 years. So within that band, you have variations. But if it is really outside that band, then I'm sure EDHR will be very happy. And at this point, that Matsiava Motevele, can I publicly appreciate what you and your management team, institutional support, what our cleaners and gardeners and the technical team, what they are doing. In fact, I have offered to Mr. Motevele and said I will have lunch with that team, because it's always easy to complain when things are not going well, and when things go well, we forget to say it. There is a change in this university, we begin to see it. It's much cleaner, like somebody, I mean, walking to this hall, Mr. Lechava, and I know that you yourself have been keen to make sure the environment looks good. Those of you who walked here 6 months ago will remember what it looked like out here. But generally around the campus, there's a lot to be done, Mr. Motevele. But it is time we also really appreciate what our workers are doing, and they must continue doing that work. Dr. Pule, we had also spoken that an opportunity must arise in terms of our marketing, where we celebrate what our workers are doing. You know, when they pick rubbish and when they clean and so on. Sometimes it looks like a job that we don't recognize. We do, but we need to celebrate that also. When will the 2,000 beds be finished? I think Dr. Motevele, you said, was it 18 or 24 months? Huh? 24 months. 24 months means which year and what month? 5th August 2020, 2023. And Dr. Motevele, I remember somebody saying here, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Dr. Mulauzi to say, please, please make sure the quality of the work is good. He knows that maybe in a few years, I'm old, I'm getting out of the system, I might not be here. But he's saying that please make sure we don't complain about what we did as we've done with the pharmacy building. There's a question here, I think more than transformation, I think it was more around the issues of contracts, of people who have been on contracts for long periods, and that we probably are not taking care of them. Again, Ndatele Chaba, for these specific ones, let us know who they are so that we can really respond to the factual issues. I mean, there are labor laws around which we must operate, and then we must look at it that way. But you know, if I go to what the CFO said, we have 6,000 plus students, you have 2,000 plus lecturers. It's a ratio of 1 to 2. I mean, 1 to 3. Hey, President, I have never seen a ratio like that. Normally in universities, it's 1 to 18, 1 to 8, 1 to 10. So it's something we must really start looking at. The deans who are here, I've seen Prof. Obi, I don't know if there's any other dean here. But I know when the DVC has said that we appear to be even having more lecturers, people complain. Prof. Lekalaka, there's an issue here that we must look at. And like I said, you know, when the grass is not cut, you can see the guy was not there. But Prof. Obi, Prof. Lekalaka, what happens with the academics? Do we really know when they are doing what they're supposed to be doing, when, producing publications and teaching and what? And again, it's a conversation that we must have. I think, Ndatele Chaba, I have covered the questions.
Thank you, Prof. In that order, roaming mics, don't sleep on duty. We must not sleep on duty, colleagues. Yes, that's the first one.
No, man, thank you very much.
Oh, Chairman, it's you. Yeah. I did not notice. I always know you in red. You are wearing yellow today.
You'd imagine. Man, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mine is not much. I'm Chairman Nis, for some who don't know me. You know, a plethora of issues have been raised, you know, ranging from infrastructure and. But my concern is one. Academic activities are still continuing. How do you expect a culture compact whereby students are not even forming part of what's currently happening? For one, there's a lecturer that is imagining that I must be in class, and at the same time, I must be submitting my views. Why was that not looked into? A cleaner is busy cleaning a res, but you expect the university to change. They can't leave their posts because they came here to work. But fundamentally, why are operations running? You can't suspend those arrangements for a mere 3 hours, starting from 10 to 1. It's really, really, really worrisome. I don't want to share many sentiments, but what's really going on is unbecoming. Let's deal with the culture of making programs for certain elites. Then if you're a child of a domestic worker like me, who must be in the hospital and not have their views addressed in the university. That's that. I don't want to go any further. Sure.
Thank you. There was a hand this side as well. Daniel.
Thank you, MC. I don't have many questions, just a few, and also some sentiment I want to share. And by the way, I thought APSA was also going to speak. It looks like their leader is very shy. He can't speak, but he wants to go to council. I don't think he's But it's fine. It's part of cultural
Colleagues, colleagues,
it was just a
colleagues.
view in passing, Chair.
Colleagues, can we, Daniel, can you pose the questions directly to myself and the VC? Colleagues, let's avoid.
And through you, Chair.
Oh, no, wait, can I, colleagues, number one, we have rules of engagement in this house, which we ought to respect. We don't do grandstanding, and we don't point fingers and so forth. And APSA collaboration did speak. They did send a person to come speak in front, and we should respect that. In as much as Nahau has sent a person to come speak, we should also respect that. So I'm humbly requesting that let's go directly to the questions and the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And I reduce myself to order in that regard.
Thank you very much.
And also, the social distancing must be observed in this.
Colleagues, let's not move chairs as well. It's correct. Mr. Mokwape, can we leave? It's 1.5. Yeah, but colleagues, in terms of chairs, I don't know why that chairs moved as well. I reprimanded Mr. Mokwape. I reprimanded Mr. Daniel. It is wrong of you as well, and Letabo to shift chairs and want to be. Yes, but I'm saying to you, colleagues, Mr. Mokwape, can we offer each other the respect, colleagues? You should have not even moved close to Letabo. You should have reprimanded yourselves because we should observe social distancing as well. Mr. Mokwape, can we be in order? Thank you very much. Ndade Daniel, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, Ndade Mokwape and SRC President, my humble plea, colleagues. Colleagues, can we stop the howling as well? Can we allow Daniel to ask the questions? Can we stop the howling? Let us not reduce this event to what we've been talking about earlier on today, please. Daniel, can you pose your questions directly to myself, please? Directly to me.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for the Vice Chancellor. Since you arrived here in SMU, you have been absorbed into whatever the status quo of the university, and there are others that already perhaps you have identified, or those that you have a good working relationship with, and those that perhaps you look at and say those ones have some symptoms of ill doings, such that you might even have already established your own cabal. In terms of this cultural change, are you still available to relate to any of the employees or any of your staff and organizations without any assumption or opinion that you have been fed, to start a good working relationship with all stakeholders in appreciating this cultural change that you want to push? And in so saying, I want to also ask you, are you readily prepared to, when those that already you have identified as good employees, if there are matters that are going to be raised by them, are you available to take that radical action against perhaps the members of your cabal? I think to quote one, Mr. Mtevele is dealing with a lot of monies. The day is out of order. Are you available to discipline him? That is just for an example. And also, with this, when you came in, you said this, you're going to have annual, I forgot the term you used, every year you're going to check, is it a progress report or something about your workers, performance management system. Is that performance management system also going to ensure that all these people, I realize that all departments are going to have their own budget. Are we going to have annual internal audits on that? How the money of the university is being spent around and about issues, and also procurement must be kept in its best discipline to ensure that the money of the SMU is not wasted on useless expenditures. Because there are people in your management, there are employees of the university that are trying to produce mangoes when they know they are just banana trees. And in that way, they are sabotaging your vision to take SMU forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. In front. Was the hand there? There's a hand here in front.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the platform. As you said, we need to engage seriously on these matters. I just wanted to raise one or two issues. The one is on labor in general and management. Do you see or envisage a time where both unions will be centrally, sitting in the boardroom discussing labor issues so that we avoid, management saying you are meeting with labor while you are referring to two different unions separately? In that way. Secondly, my second question is on the lecture status of the lecture halls. And Lechabe would know that I've been moaning about this for years. Are we satisfied as a university in terms of the teaching infrastructures and the status of our lecture halls? And the students, I know we are producing good quality students, graduates. But if you look at, and somebody made a comment to say this lecture halls has been there for more than 40 years. So how fast can we begin to look at this and change the current status? Because the system that we are using in terms of technology, I can tell you, is so outdated. It's so outdated that if you get an international person or a local person to come and present, and we still use the VGA instead of the current equipment, it becomes a problem. It becomes really a serious challenge. My call is that while we have these new ideas, what about the existing teaching infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Lekal. Oh, it was Mr. Bele Mfundisi, followed by Mtate Matlala, and then Professor Lekalakar, as I'm moving that side.
Thank you.
Prof, VC, in church, pastors never sit down. So don't be surprised why he's standing up.
Prof, I don't want to sound like I'm repeating questions. But there is something that was said in terms of culture in the previous dialogue, in terms of communication. And I see there's sometimes an amnesia in terms of communication, that people choose what to communicate and what not to communicate. For example, here we're sitting, there are positions that are advertised in the visit in senior management. We don't know how it come, how did you get there, who is, because we are seeing they have changed, they are designed nicely. How was they designed nicely so much? Who are we seeing going out? Who is term is ending? And we don't know those things. I think that is one thing that we need to sort out in terms of this amnesia, in terms of communication. Let's not choose what to communicate and what not to communicate. Two, Mr. Vice Chancellor, there is a wrong narrative that is being perpetuated. One is that there is a student-staff ratio of 1:2. I don't know who conducted that research, but it's very biased. It's not true. You go to maths, for example, maths class, there are 400 and something in class to one lecturer. But we are made to believe that actually there are more staff members than required. It is not true, Prof. And I think change the answer to that question. The way you addressed it there, it was wrong, Prof. And I didn't want to address you that way, but it was wrong. 3, the last part I want to talk about. I don't know, you mentioned it earlier on, but I thought you're not gonna change tune, but you changed it later on. Because you said you have not focused on academic enterprise for a long time. There was not been engagement with academics for a long time, and you would have found out that it is seriously disheartening what is happening, that it is swift, we are swift to fill vacancies in institutional support, in support staff, than you feel in academics. And I'm not saying it's true. It's a narrative that I have, Mr. Mtebele. I'm not saying it is quick. I'm saying it's a narrative I have. And I think we are entitled to have those narratives, that you find a staff member who has been on a part-time contract for the past 5 years, 10 years, and 11 years. Their part-time contracts are renewed every year. So every towards December, a staff member is in suspense. And I believe that for you to go to a point of appointing a staff member on a part-time contract, you then are saying there is a need in that position for that person. But you then say this person, towards the end of the year, should be shaking, not knowing whether next year I will be renewed my contract or not. I'm not saying that. I think Prof, I don't know what is the method you will employ into trying to deal with those issues, that we are not going to have labor crisis in terms of academics. I think the reason why academics are always behind. Now, look, how many times you tried to fill the vacancy to cancel of the staff member who is representing academics. It's been a long time. You have not been reaching quorum because academics are really silenced. Because when you're supposed to engage like this, academics are in class. Thank you.
Thank you. Ndate Matlala.
Yeah. Mine is a very short, straightforward question. Does the university conduct any due diligence before and after hiring consultants? Is this done willy-nilly, or there is due diligence that precedes? I'm not talking about highly technical staff here. I'm talking about almost non-technical staff. Does the university do due diligence to check before and after whether university is getting any value for money after use of consultants?
Thank you. Prof. Lekalakala.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Program Director. Prof. Mbati, I think it's quite clear that today's discussions cannot be finished today. And when I was thinking that the whole purpose of us being here was to adopt a culture compact, I'd like to first thank the spontaneity of the Program Director, where he actually called people unprepared to come and present what they needed to present. And I would have wanted this to be an everyday activity, Prof, where the DVCs, the EDs actually inform the communities of what they are doing, and not only an issue of today. It must become an everyday activity, so that when people say they did not know that things happened, then we would then refute it and say, but it's part of our culture and part of our new culture. Other than the fact that there's so many things that needs to be done, Prof. Mbati, and so many changes that colleagues have actually put in front of us today. I would like to ask if we ought to ever have a proper strategy for change management, such that these changes, when they do happen, the processes that are put in place, that people understand what needs to be done and how this is to be done. More than any, I mean, we've got so many things that have been lying there that needs to be dusted. For argument's sake, when students err, and I'm putting it very mildly, and they have to go through their DCs and other things, they go through that, and they get to be charged, there's sanctions put on them. There's something called a code of conduct in HR that's lying there, that people knows nothing about it until they're charged. And it shouldn't be the case. Everybody needs to know, because if we had that code of conduct, our issues on values that are not, complied on would have not been an issue. We can go back and look at things like those and look at them and talk about our values and speak and live our values. Not that when people ask me, what are the values of SMU, I've got to quickly go and Google. They've got to be part of us, and they've got to be directed by issues such as our code of conduct. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Moeng.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Firstly, I would also like to appreciate such a gathering. I think it has been long overdue. We've long needed such a session so that we can correctly put things into perspective. And also, Chair, I would also like to thank your assertiveness. I think part of culture change is for us, whenever we deem necessary, to do away with political grandstanding and political higi-haga. I think you are doing a good job at that. Chair, now let's go into what I think is the bone of contention and at what level should we address it. I would like to plead with the House that I'm not only going to be speaking as a student, but I'm also going to be speaking as a student activist. With that context, you'll understand where I'm coming from and why I will be speaking like that. Firstly, Chair, I, Moeng Sibole, am a child of the working class. So, unfortunately, that is the majority of our students, children either of the poor or children of the working class. That is why, in my activism, I am working class or poor biased. So, in effect, what I'm saying is, I pledge solidarity, or I'm in full support of children of the poor or of the working class. Now, why am I mentioning that? This speaks directly to the student and worker relationship, or the student and worker alliance, because the concomitant of our staff, Prof. Mbati, is that of the working class. You've got a few percentage of the executives and those that receive executive salary. So, now, why do we then look into the student and worker relation, or student and worker alliance? Lichaba, it's exactly what the chairperson of the collaboration was speaking about. It's exactly what the chairperson of NEHA was speaking about. It's exactly what the president of the SRC was speaking about, that people use students for their nefarious intention, but they broadly look at it as the student-to-worker relationship. We seriously need to look at that, and if it has manifestation of nefarious intent, we should call it out, Lichab. We should call it out, Prof. Because if we understand political capital for what it is, we are going to see that, in fact, this student-to-worker alliance has remnants of political capital, and and we seriously need to then stop the political dividends if they don't bear any fruit to the progress of this university. You know, the chairperson of the union spoke broadly and gave us a dictionary definition of what we must understand culture as. But what it does not look at is the persona or the personal aspect. Because if you look at what we call this thing a university, we'll agree that this is where there's an establishment of education, or what we call it today, an institution of higher learning. But what culture must there be in an institution of higher learning? We can't divorce that conversation to the kind of staff or the kind of persona that we have in this institution, because it directly then speaks to how we are going to move this university forward. But we can all agree that the reason why we're seated here or we're standing here is that this university is in a culture dilemma. It's in a serious culture dilemma. And it's exactly what we're addressing here, that we need to protect this farm, like the president says, with all its beings. I think, Lechaba, we gone are those days where me and you are in a caucus at Med City or in a caucus at Medunsa Lake. Then we decide that the following day we are going to close the look. I don't want to believe that there can be something called a university capture, because it would simply mean that you are capturing many minds. In an institution of higher learning where there's generation of education, how the hell do you think that you can capture so many minds? It's totally impossible. But on a lighter note, let us look at the academic side of things. Professor Mbati, I think me and you can agree that in every student protest, there are genuine, credible issues. We would be lying if we are saying it's just only that of nefarious intent. There are seriously genuine issues that student Pilani or student talent think about it and think, but this is what I get on a daily, and it seriously needs to be dealt with, at least at management level or at the level where it needs to be dealt with. Now, why am I saying that? This university, Prof. Mbati, needs to it seriously needs to know and identify a strategy of how it should identify those credible issues and how to deal with them. We should not go and close the gate in order for you to say, oh, there's a problem, it needs to be dealt with. Because it was not the problem of the day. It has been a long-standing problem. So seriously, Professor Mbati, if you want to change the culture of this university, then you need to change the way in which you identify problems and you deal with them. Because we are not going anywhere slowly if every time there's a problem, this problem is only addressed because then we make it a norm. Then students will say in this university, in order for you to deal with the problem is for students to act in a crazy manner and close the gate. You know, Prof. Mbati, let's look at, like I said, let's look at the academic side of things. I think I'm in a school where toxicity is the order of the day. The School of Oral Health, what do they call it? Oral Health Care Sciences, or Oral Health Sciences. No, Prof, I'm sorry. Oral Health Sciences. Toxicity is the order of the day. We are neither here nor there. There's no coming, there's no going. There's no back, there's no front. We are on autopilot. We are on autopilot because, and this has been my risk, well, is it risk analysis or my problem analysis? You know, Prof, you've got HODs and lecturers that are joint appointees. You've got HODs that are hired by the Gauteng Department of Health on a permanent basis. And I speak under correction. But it seems as if they are more permanent than permanent. What that creates is that it creates comfortability. You've got an HOD that knows that I'm going nowhere until I retire, at my wish. Now, the way they're so comfortable that they think that the show depends on them. This is how they are going to run the show, and this is how it must be. That is the first problem, the type of an employment. And maybe as a university, we must also engage the Department of the Department of Gauteng Health. Because, Prof, we are not sure now that we've got the best in the market with those HODs. We are really not sure. Because they've been there for so long that they now start to run things according to how they feel and how they view things. The other problem beyond that is that you've got HODs that were students of Medunsa. Now, why is that a problem? I mean, especially because we are speaking retention policy and so on and stuff like that. Why is that a problem? Is that every time student X would go to an HOD, they'll say, but no, in my time we never did that. That is the kind of statements that we get. They forget that contemporary problems need contemporary solutions. You can't tell me about in your time. It's no longer your time, it's someone else's time. Honestly. So, in as much as we want to argue retention, it is also at the detriment of students. Because it comes as a bit of a problem because people suffer from nostalgia and so on and stuff like that, that they don't want to let go of that, the then institutional culture. Because culture is something, Prof, that is so progressive and dynamic. It does not only stick in one space. You know, Prof, navigating through culture can be a very tricky thing, honestly. And operating within it can be very dangerous. I mean, we are here today because we've created a toxic and dangerous university culture that whenever we want to cry or whenever we want to shout at someone, before we do that is that we close the gate. That means we render the university ungovernable for the day or for the period. But more than ever, this institution seriously needs to separate itself from part of its history so that we can honestly progress. For as long as we've held on to that history, then there's not going to be any progression. And if it's history that is inconsistent to today's values, then we must definitely do away with it. It does not serve us any good. Just before I close, Lechava, and I know you'll say that I'm contesting Abongile in this thing of pastoring. Just before I close, I think Professor Sikwe, oh, she left, but Professor Sikwe mentioned something that is very critical. The pedagogy of this institution. I think in this university we have more of clinicians than teachers that actually can teach, you know. I've made it my business to be the ombudsman of that school. Every time I feel like there's something wrong with the type of teaching and learning, I run immediately to the dean and say, Chief, but this is what is happening. Unfortunately, Lene, sometimes he drags his feet. But we honestly need to also deal with the type of teaching that we get here, Prof, because it's not what we are paying for, one. Two, it sets the students up for failure. It seriously does. Because they are more clinically oriented, that they forget that in between everything, they must be teaching so that the students understand what this concept that I'm trying to give over is. I'm starting to believe that teaching is really a calling. One last issue. They keep popping up.
Yeah, can you, though I'm not going to entertain afterthoughts. Can you wrap up?
Yeah, they are mine after all. They are my afterthoughts. Yeah.
We are running out of petrol in our flight. We need to land.
Okay, program director. I think the one last thing, Prof, is that especially looking at teaching and learning aspect and transformation. You know, it's very surprising that your predecessor, Prof, I once said to him, it's so surprising that there has not, and you can go through the archives, there has not been any one white student that repeats a level. Are black students that non-progressive, for a lack of a better way? You know, I think we seriously need to investigate why is that the case. And if it's a matter of support, the kind of support they receive wherever they are, we also need to invest time to ensure that our black students also progress the same way as the white students. I can promise you, Lichaba, if a white student is 2021 first year medicine, in 2026 or 2027, they're gone here. They're gone without repeating a single level. Maybe it might be an issue of they are the minority, for a lack of a better word. But statistically, there must at least be one. Yeah. But yeah.
Thank you very much.
I thank you.
The last speaker. Colleagues, I need to manage time as well, please. You can proceed, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy you spoke. I can speak both English and Tswana. But earlier on, I was here on time. I heard you saying the institution, the farm, like the president, SRC president has said, belongs to everybody, despite the level of qualifications. So I'll speak both Tswana and English. Firstly, it's gonna be a compliment to Prof. Mbati before I pose my questions. Thank you, Prof. Mbati. You came at the right time when the university is also having a pandemic. A pandemic, it's globally, but even in our farm, we are also in a pandemic. But you came at the right time, at the right place. Never think you came at the wrong place. You are a God sent to us to save our farm. I have more to can say that, but to save time, then it's fine. But you have also seen, and then as the other people has already said, Prof. Mbati utlile ka nako e masisi babereki mo eleng gore institution ya rona, university ya rona e ne se re bona e felela re lebeletse re na dingwaga tse dintsi re le mo e bile re letse gore bana ba rona ba tlo bereka mo but go ne go setse go iketsetswa fela e ka re ke go ga mmapereko. Just to mention something Ms. Odette said, it's toxic. The situation here is, and it's not about toxicity. When I'm sitting at my spare time, at my own space at home, I also think a lot because this institution, this farm has done a lot to me, to my family, and an extended family as well, and even my neighbors, because I also share with my neighbors. So, it's even traumatizing. I found the place traumatizing. It's no longer pleasant at all. When we come here, it's only one thing. We come here to render service and get remuneration. And then you must do that when we go to interviews, we say, yeah, we can work under pressure, things like that, all the good things. But at the end of the day, we are no longer passionate. Yeah, first thing first, this one I'm gonna say it in English so that, Prof, you get it right. How soon can we get what's this, the structure of the university in place? How soon? We are traumatized. We don't know where to go, who is doing what. Like the president of SRC has said, you know, people are just pointing fingers, you see, so we can't live in that situation anymore. We are so traumatized, and we don't get help here. We have to go out, seek help, use our medical aids until they're exhausted. use our leave days until they are finished, and then we end up getting unpaid leave. And then when you leave home, you were healthy and strong, but when you enter the gates, when you enter the farm, the gates of the farm, then you become traumatized because of the things happening here. And again, the policy is also important. How soon can we get the policy of the university so that we can have direction? And then, yeah, I think all that, the rest will fall under that. Once we get those things in place, then our life can be easy, and then we can also deal with this, we can also deal with the trauma. And then the honeymoon as well, that came from you, Prof. Thank you for saying that. It's about time. Honeymoon is over. Babereki, go fedile. Go sa kgathatse gore o ko cleaning or o ko kae. Re ne re iketsetsa fela. A re reng. Sa mathomo ra itse gore ke nako, tshwantse re tla ka nako mang? And we are here to render service. I hear people saying the way we are so relaxed. They say, as long as on the payday 15th I get paid, and it's even I get full salary. Now we are even complaining about 2.5. But I'm telling you, we are not working. We are so relaxed. We are at the honeymoon. So how soon can you stop the honeymoon? Let the managers, all the senior people, make their people, the employees work. Because once they are on honeymoon, and this thing of work from home as well, people take it for granted. Now they're taking it for a ride. It's a honeymoon for them. Our HR, I'm happy Ms. Odette is here. You go there, the HR practitioners, it's a crisis. It's a crisis. You go to them, you seek for help. Then, they'll deal with the problem. And it's urgent. It's urgent. And then somebody will just keep it to himself or herself for as long as he wish. I don't know if it's a matter of I like him or I don't like her, something of that sort. Honeymoon is over. And then I think you are here at the right time. A new broom sweeps clean. A lot has happened. You've done a lot in a period of less than 8 months, Prof. Mbati, and a lot, you can still do more. We are confident. And even if others are trying to pull you down, others, we are there, will bring you along. We are fortunate. We are here, Medunsa, SMU, but we are not saying, I've been here, I'm not part of those. Please get me right. I'm not part of those ones, I've been here, No, I want to walk with pride. I want to make sure, I want to leave the legacy, like the president of SRC has said. I'm still young, I still want to improve. There's room for improvement. And then the rest is endless. So advertisement as well, please advertise. Cleanliness is next to godliness, if I got that right. Mr. Lecham, ke kopa impela yona pila ka sekgowa se se godimo sa Oxford ne gore Prof Mbati a ikrepile. Pleke e phepa e tlotlisa menagano e phepa. Ha re nagana bo phepa le rona re tlo dira dilo tse di phepa. Wa ntlhaloganya ntwe engwe le engwe re irang is going to be of a high standard. So I'm still saying you came at the right time. Please never be discouraged or ke culture ya kamo. The topic is very, very relevant. I like it so much. Let's change the culture, and let it be upon an individual to make our lives easy. Please, let's do the right thing. We are getting paid, and then we go buy those things out there. Let us not do all those funny things. But like I said, please, the structure of the university, especially cleaning is a crisis. I don't know. There are some, what do you call them, residences off campus. I don't know who's taking care of them. I don't know. Maybe only rest managers are there and then security personnel. But the cleaning, I don't know, I don't get it. who is doing all that, we really need to visit that department, because even the students out there, maybe you just get people, you give tenders, but who's also checking if those tenders are doing the right job? Our students are staying in a healthy and clean environment. Even the ones here, I'm happy you even mentioned yourself. I like it that you take rounds, you don't take rumors and gossips, and then you do the rounds yourself. It's pathetic. The rest is someone it's a disaster. So what more? Got the students more campus. It's even worse. It's like, oh no, refile talente tender. You don't even know. There's no one who check on what talente is doing. Now I'm just giving you an example. It was just an example. Yeah, you see, something like that. You can't just give a tender and then every month dish out money, and then you don't even know if the students, they are the company is doing their job 100% as they expected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we be short?
Yes,
let's
definitely.
not do repetition of the same statement more than once, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lechab. I don't know why you're saying we must be short when I'm standing up.
No,
I'm not understanding
no.
what
I was
the
not.
thing is. I'm joking. Also, I need to put it out there. I've never received a tender from the university. I'm joking. Professor Mbati, I think I arrived late, so most probably I missed a lot of things. I mean, when clinicals, trying to be clinical competent students, and that's why we came late. But over and above that, I just have two things, if not three, then I'm going to sit down. Prof. Mbati, culture is not static. Culture evolves, so as people. Now, why am I saying that? I think those who have a privilege of being around me, we always have these types of conversation. Prof. Mbati, before we can speak about the culture change, and I just want to speak about the immediate needs first. Because I said it in one of the spaces that I was in, that you can never, Prof. Mbati, come here and tell me about a 50-year-old plan if my immediate needs are not solved. Now, how about, as we try and adopt the new culture, we start off by solving the immediate needs of students. For an example, you cannot have a Mr. Mutebele occupying a certain position whenever students are supposed to get a mere light bulb. It takes them 3 days, 4 days. It's unacceptable. For an example. Yes, for an example. Yes, it's just unacceptable. If students have to go a week, 2 weeks without water, 3 days without electricity, it's just unacceptable. Because how do you expect the same students to be able to get into class, to study and to pass and to prepare thoroughly, and then be clinically competent students? So before we can speak about it, it's nice to speak about a 50-year-old development plan, but what are we doing with our immediate needs? Because immediate needs are those that take us to the gate. If I don't have water, I don't have electricity, if I do a job cut, it takes me a week for my light bulb to be restored. If my key is lost, it takes who are those ones at the gate? It takes them what, 5-6 hours to get back to my room, and it just doesn't work. So perhaps if we can try and solve the immediate needs, then we can speak about the long-term plan. Because also the long-term plan depends on how effective do we resolve these immediate issues. That's one. Two, Professor Mbati, we always say we want to be the best in the country, we want to be the flagship. You see all these nice words. We want to be one of the top 100 in the world, in the country. What have we done to achieve the status? Nothing. It's a rhetorical question. Now, Prof. Mbati, I just want to propose, has the university thought about how do we attract the best types of students, how would we attract the best type of staff members to join our university so that we're able to compete not only in the country but in the whole world? Now, why do I say so, Professor Mbati? It is imperative for us to think beyond 2 years, beyond 3 years. I think I always say this, that my biggest fear is waking up and this university is on its knees. That is my biggest fear, because this university has done so much for me, particularly as an individual. Now, it would be really, really sad for me to find that in the next 2-3 years, there's no longer Isfako Mahat, and it would be very sad. Now, what are we doing to attract that type of students that the university want to associate itself with? What are we doing to attract that elite type of staff member that the university want to associate itself with? I've never ever heard Professor Mbati, SMU for an example, Sfako Makgatho Health Sciences University, award a bursary to a top performing sportsman. Never. There's never been a student who was absorbed by a university because they're an athlete. Never. There's never been a student who was given a bursary because they were top of their class by the university. Never. But how are we going to attract these students if we're not giving them incentives? There's a reason why rural students from KwaZulu-Natal and Nkandla pack their bags and go to UCT. Guess what, Professor Mbasi? They know that the first year, the second, they're not going to pay fees because they were top of their class. They were top of their school. They were top of their region. We're not doing that, so we're not competing. So what are we doing to attract the types of students that we need? The same applies for staff members. What are we doing to attract the competitive type of staff members that we require? We must never ever reject people who were kicked off from UP and VETS and then we harbor them here. This is why we find ourselves in this situation. We're not competitive, we're not out there, we're not attracting the types of students and the staff that we need in our university. And if we're not doing that, in the next 2 to 3 years, maybe let me not. But in essence, that is what I'm trying to say, that we must be competitive in nature and be able to incentivize students and staff members. I don't know how often, Prof. Mbati, do you take your staff to trainings, because time evolves. Professor Mbasi, there's technology, but there's still staff members who can't type on a computer. It's embarrassing. I don't know how long or how far, or even if you do, take them to training so that they're better equipped. And of course, I mean, it's times of technology. Now, unfortunately, none of us were prepared for the pandemic, but we are finding ourselves in this deep hole and we must swim, unfortunately. So these are just some of the things that you need to look at, the type of students that you want to attract so that the culture of the university can change, the type of the staff members that you want to attract so that this university can change. Over and above all, I think I still have faith in the farm. The farm is ours, President. The farm belongs to all of us. The farm belongs to those who work for it and work in it.
Colleagues, thank you very much. I'm just going to request the VC to come and respond. And colleagues, what will happen is that after the 5 minutes, the Vice Chancellor has responded. We will then move all of us to that table at the back, where we will witness signing of the Culture Compact, and then thereafter we will be able to close and have lunch. And then that will be the end of business for today. Those are the hands that are noted, and colleagues, VC?
Oh, man.
You see, colleagues, can I address something? We tend to arrive late. We have set systems in place. I've noted hands. People come late, and now I must note you, because you came late. Then the next thing what happens is that you say I was not part of the discussion, but you came late. And these are the type of cultures that, wait. These are the type of cultures that we need to deal with, colleagues. Prof, can I note the two colleagues and then I'll give you the platform again. Can we be short, please?
Yeah.
Can you go directly to the questions, Pilani?
No, yeah, let me just go straight to the jugular vein. I wanted to squabble a lot, but it's fine. Prof, when we went to the dialogue in April, we adopted some institutional values. Part of those values that we adopted is the value of excellence. And that value of excellence speaks about academic excellence. Academic excellence and student academic support, they're intertwined. You can't have academic excellence, yet you are not providing student academic support. In this university, the kind of, it's good that I'm sitting next to a dean, the kind of student academic support that is being provided, it's so weak. I would say it's non-existent. When you go to, let me just give an example. When you go to universities like University of Pretoria, when a student fails one test, let's say a student is writing one test, there's an automated system that tells you that, Mr. Spanbang, you have failed a test. Can you visit a particular office? You fail your third test. There's a communication that comes to you that, Mr. Spanbang, you have failed a test. You're at the risk of failing the entire year. Come to our farm, Mr. President. A student will fail 3 consecutive tests. None None, there is no office in the university that would communicate to the student, good, what is wrong with you? How can we support you? That tells you that there is no student academic support. You have a department called CUTL. What do you call that department?
CUTL, yeah.
I just believe that thing should be dissolved. We are being told that that thing provides academic support to students. According to my own perspective and analysis, that thing provides what I call some peer pressure support. Because I get talent who's in my same class, who's in the same class with me. I'm struggling with chemical part. They say go to talent. How is talent going to assist me? When you go to sophisticated universities, you find that that department that provides academic support, in Department of Chemical Pathology, they have a contract with a particular lecture. So if there's a student struggling in that module, they say go to lectures 1 is going to assist you with that. So, Prof, because I have even observed your communiques, when you are writing your communique saying that SMU is a home of academic excellence, I'm saying academic excellence and student academic support, that is intertwined. You can't achieve the other without balancing the other. So can you please address that thing? It's a pity that the DVC of teaching and learning is not here. But just to be fast, to address issues of transformation, Prof, there is a report that was released by DHET, I think it's 2019. The university sent that report to the student population early in 2020. It was talking about the retention of black South African academics. And the phenomenon that they found in SMU, they found that colored academics are severely underrepresented. What is your view, Professor Day? How far are you with addressing that concern? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're speaking of the report that came from the ministerial task team, ne? Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the privilege, and I apologize for coming late. It's unfortunate that academic activities were not cancelled. But my name is Emmanuel Kionga. I just want to ask the professor the question which I asked him on the SMU FM, where he was live, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. What is his view on financial exclusions? Because when we're talking of culture change, the definition, for us to really execute culture change, we need to understand the history of this institution. And history is defined as the study of past events, relating them to the present in order to predict the future. So if you want to study the history of SMU, you need to relate it to the current SMU, the present SMU, in order to predict how SMU will be in the future. So everything SMU will be is dependent on our history. So in the history of SMU, we have a culture of no financial exclusions. In this institution, students do not get financially excluded. It doesn't exist. That happens in VETS, UP, not here. So what is your view on financial exclusions? Because we are seeing some changes, which is good. But of course, as you said in your interview on SMU FM, that we cannot disregard the issue of, students need to pay, the university needs money to run and all those. But you understand that majority of these students are poor. This is the university of the poor. This is the only institution which can take a student who will not be accepted at UP or VETS. They will come here at SMU and they will study to fulfill their dreams. Why? Because SMU does not look at your financial history. Now in this culture change, do you want to make SMU students, because according to how I'm reading things, there is this attempt, to try to make students pay fees. And then those who don't pay will not be allowed to register. If you're owing more than 100,000, you won't register. Only the rich will be allowed to register on time. Then the poor ones like us will be walking around begging to be cleared. What is your view, Prof, on financial exclusions? Because in our culture here at SMU, in as much as we would want to adopt the culture change, we will not adopt a culture change which is going to force students to be excluded based on financial means, just like what other universities are doing. So if you give us a guarantee like what I think the previous VC did, that's after we had shut down the institution, he made a commitment to say no student will ever in the history of SMU be financially excluded But this year when we went there by finance, we noticed that there is forms which students must sign and commit to a date. And then if you don't sign that form, you won't register. What is your view, Prof? I mean, my view is Prof Mbati must be standing up for free education. By the way, free education in this country or in Africa, by the way, it's way overdue. Our students do not have money. What is your view on financial exclusion? Are we going to be forced to pay?
Kionga,
or, thank you.
You are repeating the same question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lechaba. And I really must appreciate the spirit of this assembly. You know, this is how I would like us to be doing things in future, that we talk and engage without this thing of closing gates. And Mr. Kionga, I tell you, somebody closes that gate, somebody is going home. That I can tell you. We are now saying, let us engage in the boardrooms here, and there will be freedom of people to toy, but you can't toy by closing these gates. Because it is not good for you, it's not good for me, it's not good for the country. Chair Nizi, you raised an issue about the fact that academics are going on. I must say there was a conversation between the DVC and the deans, and there was a view that because of the very constricted academic calendar that we have, they could not approve a shutdown of the academic programs. And as you see, I'm not a vice chancellor who is a dictator. Some people think I'm a dictator, but I'm not. And when this was presented to me, but I hear you. We'll see how we run with these things in the future. Daniel, the issue of cabals. When I joined, and I don't see Daniel here anymore, but when I joined last year, before I even knew anybody in this institution, and I must tell you, I only knew maybe one or two people because I had seen them in some previous lives. During the strategic planning process, those who were there will remember my words. I said, those who are ready to fold their sleeves and work will find me a very good person. Those who don't work will be the ones to say, Mbati is a very bad person. I said it at the strategic planning process. And so I want to reconfirm that my role is simply to get things working. I don't have cabals. I work with everybody. In labor, I know in labor when I'm with one group, they'll say Mbati is on the other side. When I'm on this side, they say Mbati is. I work with everybody. And they will confirm it if they are honest, that I have no preference of one group. The same with student leadership. I remember again when I joined last year, NC Youth League wondering whether I was EFF, EFF wondering whether I was PASMA, PASMA wondering whether I'm Christian Student Organization. All students are my students. And I can tell you, in my many years in leadership, I have seen students moving from one political party to the other. So when I'm Fundisi, I'm just a Christian. I don't have student political parties. But am I available for dialogue? Yes, I am. In fact, I want to recommit myself. And where you as members of the university community feel that, Mbati, you are belonging to a particular club, come and tell me. A faction, come and tell me. But I'm the first one who will break factions in this university. You see, a non-progressive faction will find it very difficult to work with me. But if you're a progressive faction, I will work with you. That's the faction I belong to. Progressive, positive, taking this university forward, that's the faction I belong to. Regressive, working for other issues, you will not find me there. And that is why, with my executives, I'll tell you, where there are difficulties, I stand by my executives. We take difficult decisions. But that is when I'm invited to be part of that engagement. And I must say, of course, a lot of the issues that were raised were issues we've taken note of, my executives have taken note of, Mr. Lechaba has taken. So I'm not going to respond to everything, but some very important issues were raised, I think, just to give us direction. There was a question about us beginning to accept that we must, in meetings, have all labor in conversations, and that is the way we must do things, I think, so that there is not this view that there's one labor movement this side. I think there's labor at the university. A time has come that, and I'm sure Ms. Ramsing will agree with me, that when we have discussions, whether it is salary increases, whether it is whatever issues they are, that we start to talk, of course, with respect, colleagues, among ourselves. You know, the issues about salary negotiations and how it leads into trouble, as was presented earlier, we don't want to get to a situation where we have these disagreements, I think, to the extent that we have strikes. No. It must be that we engage, we agree, and whether it is labor or students, we have now protocols for how you must protest, not by closing the gate. There is a space, labor. Huh? You can go there, protest, but don't close gates. These students of ours, as you've heard them, they want to go to class, they want to learn. Now, and I was being very cheeky another day saying, if you want to close the gates, my employees, go to an institution where your child is attending, go and close the gate there. But let these kids go to class. It is unfair, I think, for us as a university to deny young people an opportunity to go to class simply because you and I don't agree on something. What mistake have they made not to go to class? You've heard one of them saying, Talente, I think, trying to be clinically competent, and we are the ones denying them to be clinically competent. So we will find ways in which we must engage, and engage to the extent that we find each other, but without denying that opportunity, especially for our students, to acquire the competencies that they require. There was a question about the lecture halls. I must confess that I haven't been to all the lecture halls. I know I had a discussion with Mr. Motebele at one stage around some of this. There is funding that I think we will be getting to look at some of these facilities. But what I've also told, and Mr. Motebele will bear with me, I've always said, Nate Motebele, you see, these guys, when they are trained and get their degrees, I don't know what it is they learn. But, you know, I know Mr. Motebele will look at this building and instead of just coming to paint here and fix, he's looking at a whole refurbishment of 63 million. I say, Nate Motebele, let us spend 2 million. Let's just paint here, fix this thing so that it is usable. And then the big projects like the ones you've referred to, Ndate, about the facilities and so on, when the funding comes, we deal with that funding. But Mr. Motebele, you and I, we should promise to walk around. Let us look at these lecture halls. I want to understand what are the issues. You probably already know what it is. Amnesia on communication. We choose what to communicate and what not to communicate. I'm sure you've seen when I'm Fundisi that we are really trying very hard to communicate as best as we can. And if there are areas that we find problematic, we have an open door policy. You can say, but there is this particular issue, how must we communicate with it? The narrative about student-lecturer ratios, you know where I sit, I look at the broad figures, number of students, number of lecturers, I divide one by the other, it's a ratio of 1 to 3. But I know what you're saying, that there are some departments where that ratio, as you said, is maybe 1 to 40. But I was looking overall, sorry? 400, yeah. So those are issues, of course, which the DVC and the deans would need to address. There was a question about any due diligence before the appointment of consultants to get value for money. I think it's an important question. The team is aware about that. It's a question I always ask, value for money. But of course, we have a clear supply chain process. There are clear committees that look at this. But I think the point that was being raised is let's be careful about quality for money, value for money. And it is something that we will continue to express to ourselves. Prof. Lekalakala, I cannot agree more with your suggestion, and I think Datele Chava, we had mentioned this before, an opportunity where each of the executives and the deans come and present to the university community. So that Prof. Lekalakala, if we have questions about your school and your programs, we can ask. Ndatemo Tevele, you made a presentation the other day in council. We didn't have time today, but it would be nice for the whole university to see what we've done in the last 12, 14 months. It's a lot of work. So that when we are upset with Motevele because we couldn't change a bulb, we can understand, but there's another 101 things happening. Not that we are forgiving you, but just to have that appreciation about what is happening. The change management strategy, I'm sure Ms. Ramsing has listened to that, Odette. I think we are at the stage where indeed we need an institutional change management strategy. How does it work? And I'm sure Odette will lead us on that. Then there's an issue about policies being available. As you'll have seen, there is a communique around a revamped website, beautiful website. I think you'll be very happy as SMU. And in that website, there's a portal for an intranet. And if the team was here, Mr. Mahoka and Dr. Pule, I would have appreciated, I would have told them our appreciation. I think they have done excellent work. The policies will now be available on the intranet so that, there are no questions about issues, easily available to all members of staff. The issue of decisiveness, this is now how we are going to do things. We must be decisive, we'll continue to be decisive. Being decisive doesn't mean that we're not going to listen to you, that we're not going to engage. It simply means after we've listened, Labour, SRC, after we've listened, we take a decision. And please don't close the gate, because that culture, we are now leaving it behind today. But we'll find ways in which we robustly engage. Everybody has raised it, I think, from staff to students, and particularly the students have also raised the issue of we become more reactive. And the one thing I'm telling my management team is that we must now stop being reactive and being proactive. That is why Dr. Mahaswa, Mr. Motevele, Prof. Ayo, Mr. Mahoka, I have asked them at least once a week, they must go into residences the way I do, and talk to students and ask, how is Wi-Fi? How is the water? How is this? How is the cleanliness? So that we don't wait for students to come and tell us that in this building, out of the 6 blocks, only 2 blocks have hot water. No. And it's not the role of the Vice Chancellor to do that, by the way. Yeah? So we are paying attention to those issues. The use of students, and what Mr. Moeng said, use of students for nefarious intentions. You see, the interesting thing is that everybody knows who does what in this university. So those staff members that use students and use labor for nefarious reasons, your time is up. Because we know, just because we don't say names here, doesn't mean that we don't know. So, but I'm not saying, Prof. Lekalakala, that you must not go. I do that. In the evening, I drive, I sit with students there. I don't even know, we have a chat. I'm not saying we should not do that. I'm not saying that a student cannot come to you and say, look, sir or madam, my glasses are broken, and please, can you support me to buy new glasses? I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. But I'm saying the day I come to you, Mfundisi, and I say, Mfundisi, here is a 200 rand, can you make sure that Mbati falls? Now there's a problem. Yeah, now there's a problem. Yeah? So I'm not saying that we must not help our students. No. I'm not saying that staff members must not be seen engaging with students. No, they must. In fact, President and yours, I must be able one day to take you for lunch. It's just that labor and students don't like to do that. They say, no, Mbati, they'll say we're eating muffins with you. But really we should be able to work collaboratively for the benefit of this university, but not for nefarious reasons. The issue about a university capture, I think if you look at the two reports, Mr. Moeng, it really refers to a capture of this university, and we are breaking away from that. And you are right, we must not, you know, when my students have toy-toyed, and I must be honest, and I've met them at the gate, first of all, I'm very upset, and then they tell me things, then I say, there was a problem. It was winter, there's no hot water, it's winter, there's this, we have delayed to secure, I don't know, laptops, and there's what, and you know. So, indeed, we are not saying that we should forget that there are genuine student issues. But my executives will tell you that I have requested that they stay on top of things. They are trying. It's just because there's a huge backlog, colleagues. And I think for too many years we neglected too many things. This man, Motebele, I can tell you, there are times he works 24/7, 7 days a week, but it's because there's just too much that needs to be done. Things that were neglected for a long time. And ICT, when I work with them, I even asked Odette, please get us another 1 or 2 on an urgent basis, professionals to work with this team, because they work way beyond what they should do. So we are paying attention to those issues. There's a lot of things that were said, so I'm not going to repeat all of them, because I think really a lot of them were advice, and we are taking note of that advice to help us to go forward. Moeng, you spoke about toxicity in the school. I can tell you we have now involved the Gauteng Department of Health. I am appointing an assessor myself. We need to look overall what is happening in the school, because I am worried, and I can tell you that if things continue the way they are, accreditation can be taken away from that school, and they'll say, in the history of this university, it never happened until Mbati was a VC. So I'm taking it very personally, and we are dealing with the issues, and it's very comprehensive. It's a very comprehensive assessment that we want to do. You are right about the issue of pedagogy. I'm sure the notes have been written, and Prof. Sikwe will take care of it. But that's why we're introducing, and I think we must, if we haven't, a compulsory module, certificate for everybody who lectures to have a certificate. Teaching, it's something that you learn. And I hear what you're saying, the difference between clinical competency on the one hand, and you can get a wonderful surgeon on the one hand, but have difficulty to teach. But we're in a teaching environment, and this is not just for the school, for one school, it's for everybody, that we need to improve the teaching competency. Ma, you raised some very important issues. This issue of the farm belongs to all of us. I cannot overemphasize that. It belongs to all of us. There are rules, there are guidelines. And I can tell you even from within my executive and senior management, I get colleagues that literally are breaking down because of the toxicity at SMU. And sometimes I'm almost helpless, and there's a view that VC, you are not paying sufficient attention. But I am paying attention, and I think this is part and parcel of what we are trying to do. It is very sad to hear a mother, an auntie, an employee of this university saying that it has reached a stage where she's breaking down, or he is breaking down, because of the toxicity that we have allowed to grow in this institution. And my promise to you is that it will change. You refer to the pandemic on the farm. That pandemic, you know, there's always treatment for a pandemic. You can vaccinate, you can inoculate, and you can treat. You can look for the dosages. And if it is in a proper animal farm, sometimes then you have to say, let us incinerate. Because what else can you do? Mfundis, you've tried what you must do, and you can't, so there will be solutions. We cannot have an environment where we traumatize students, traumatize staff, traumatize management. You can't. The excellence that we were talking about, talented, then will not happen. Kionga, that will not happen. Excellence thrives in a particular environment, and we must start also having that conversation. And I'll come to your questions, Kionga, later, but excellence happens in a particular environment. The best universities, you must look at their balance sheets, and they will tell you a story. It's something I said many years ago when I was in a different space. And when that balance sheet improved, you could link it up with academic performance. It never happens in isolation. You can't say you want this, but you can't do that. It's impossible. We have to take an informed decision. What do we want? And then we must say, what are the solutions to get to that stage? The issue about the structures, the EDHR has committed, I think, to November, is it October or November, I can't remember, to have the entire university structure sorted out, put on the intranet. In terms of the new university revised structure, as you know, that is already being implemented. And the policies will be placed on the intranet, again, if I remember what the registrar said, I think by October, so that all these things are available for all of us. And I liked what you said. The honeymoon is over, not just for the VC, but for all of us. The comfort zone that we stayed, we are moving away from that comfort zone. And it is your responsibility, not mine, that if we move people away from comfort zone, there will be a fight back. Let me tell you that. You talk about being traumatized. I was hardly 2 months old here. I was being attacked. There was emails, anonymous emails sent to me. I was abused left, right, and center, and it was copied to all members of my senior management and deans. I have been ridiculed on social media and called all sorts of names, which I find very interesting, by the way. Students will complain. This service is not being rendered VC. So the VC goes and says, Mfundisi, can you do this job? Because, and the day I tell Mfundisi that, the same students who told me something start attacking me. Say, but now you are even leaving your space, you are dealing with your employees. Why are you harassing your employees? Of course, I ignore those things, and I'll make sure that the work happens. But I'm saying that is the culture that we have developed in this institution. I have a member of staff here where false allegations were raised. And you had police all over this campus looking for one of my members of staff because somebody had sent a false report to the Hawks. That's a culture we have developed here. And you harass a human being just because I have a problem with you, Mfundis. No, it cannot be. And we will get people who do these things, and they will account for it. It can't be that there's one group that thinks they can always push the gunfire to you, and you can't do anything. I'm absorbing the pressure, Mfundisi. The work from home, and EDHR knows I've always been very concerned about this work from home. Mfundisi, not Mfundisi, EDHR, we are a contract university. Students are here in the residences. What the hell am I doing at home? We're at level 2. No. And those who must be on campus, I know ED will tell me, no, Mbati, and it is true though, you come from this era where people had to be in the office physically. Then ED, you develop for me a policy that shows my productivity. How do I measure the productivity of every individual? Whether you are a lecturer, whether you are a vice chancellor, whether you are a director or a deputy director. Because people are hiding behind this thing of work at home. So EDHR, help us there, please, because we are a contact university. All our students are here. So what am I doing at home? These students need to go and consult on a particular issue. Lecturer is not there. The question is, I'm happy if they're not there, are they contactable by email, by WhatsApp? And the deans who are here, the deans must tell me, have we created WhatsApp groups with our students so that they can ask questions? Do we have an active interaction on Blackboard with students where we say at least twice a day a lecturer must go onto Blackboard and respond to students' questions? That's from the lecturer side. But the same thing for if the VC is not here or one of the directors, how do you ensure that if my executives write to me that I respond on time? Talente, I must appreciate, first of all, that you went for clinical competency. That's what we are training all our students here to do. They must focus on the academic project. And I agree with you that we must solve immediate problems. And that's what we are focusing on, because this long-term, of course, long-term is important, and we are trying. And where we fall short, you must tell us. We are creating forum where this is happening. I think the message is out there that we must do things differently. So I totally agree with you, and you've given various examples. The one thing I was telling Mr. Motevele is that, you know, also our supply chain process is a bit restrictive. We're going to have a conversation with him and also the CFO. So for example, painting. He knows that I want this campus, you know, there's a lot of painting. Now to get somebody to paint, you need 4 quotations, you need to go, and we know in the community here you can get people who can paint. But also, how do we pick them without people saying, Motevele, those are your brothers and sisters. Oh, but it's Mbati who has brought this one. So we need to find a way in which, when there is a need to quickly move, that we can get people close by who can do these quick things. But correctly, doing it correctly. The cutting of the bush. I authorized a long time ago that we should get people from the community to do our bush. But it hasn't happened because from a supply chain, they didn't have some returnables. But again, if you want to cut a bush, what returnables are we looking for? But our supply chain process says they must be there. Some tax clearances and what have you, statements and so on. And I've told the president, we spend millions every year. Well, we are going to be spending millions. We must also agree, if we have students, our own, who say, you give us what you must give us, and we'll also be doing what we can, so that we share part of this, those who want. Why not? We must just make sure they have the right protective equipment, that Motevele, and that they have supervision. But why not? A student can get 5,000, 10,000 rands doing what they like to do. We're not forcing them. The VC, I don't know if you will allow, I like cutting grass, whether I can also get my 5,000. But let us open an opportunity. And members of the university who want to come and, okay, not to be paid, but we must create opportunities where those who want to come and help to clean this university, that we give them that opportunity. How do we attract best students and best staff? There is a plan. I think EDHR has listened to that. DVC, if she was here, she would have advised, but I think that is a very important aspect. It's an important question, and we will deal with that. In fact, the issues you raise here are going to inform how we revise our own policies going forward. The issue about bursaries and awards, we've listened to that. We will look at the capacity from a financial perspective to deal with this. I might just say, if you listen to what the CFO said, and this is the difficulty at SMU, I can tell you we are a technically broke university. Technically because we depend on a 200 rand million special dispensation grant. As soon as it's taken away, we are not a going concern. And this money is only there for another year or two. So we need to start breaking even. So labor, when we argue about salaries and so on, remember, we have this other issue that we must be looking at. Government is not going to give us money forever. That's why the CFO spoke about the new business plan, or the new business model, sorry, and which all of us will need to really play our part. But it's a very good idea. getting to appreciate excellent performers, Dean's Awards, and so on. Sometimes it may not just have to be monetary, but just that appreciation. The issue about academic support, I've listened carefully that our student academic support must be jacked up. I mean, these things need to be automated, and I do agree. I don't think we are there yet. Dr. Tsebe, if you are listening online, I think a very good point that was raised, that you need an automatic message to a student saying, there's a problem here, visit my office. There's the issue about peer student support. Usually it must be a senior student. We are not saying that the peers themselves cannot support each other, but the way we normally do it is to get a senior student precisely to mitigate the risk that was explained earlier. There's an issue about the report on the underrepresentation of particular racial groups in terms of both students and staff. I think the EDHR has heard about it, and we need to really have this firm have a proper representation. It's expected of us. But also, what is it that you must do to attract that representation? To satisfy who we have here and to increase that representation. But it's a good point. And I think EDHR has listened to that. Registrar, I know, is online. He's listening to what has been said. And also Dr. Pule and the team in terms of how we do student recruitment. Then finally, the question on financial exclusions. This university has policies. Let me first start by saying that we have students that owe this university up to 600,000 rands. There's no free education in South Africa, let's be honest. It doesn't exist, Kionga. We talk about it. It is a rallying call in political rallies. In reality, it doesn't happen. We are funded through two main streams, student tuition fees. Nobody ever said there's no student tuition fees. Tuition fees and subsidy from government based on many parameters. I've been in many institutions, and you're right. Now, when your geyser is not working, Kionga, and you don't have a generator, who are you going to blame? If you don't pay this money, where are these things going to come from? Mfundisi says the student-lecturer ratios is bad, we need to increase them. Where am I going to get the money to pay for those salaries? People here who are in support services will tell you one of the big problems is we're not servicing tractors and everything. Where is that money going to come from? We're a public university that is very clear on how it is funded. And now we are very clear about what limit students must have in terms of tuition. We've also appointed a debt collecting company. We are not saying we are going to be heartless. We know. Many of these people in management, deans and so on, have come from that background. We are not here to kill dreams. But then those who can pay must pay. We can't go into a blanket that this university doesn't have an exclusion policy. Kionga, if you can pay, I'll come for that money, you'll pay. If you cannot pay, we'll get into an agreement. And what are those? We are beginning to look for additional funding. And NSFAS can't fund anybody. We even, today, I was just getting an MOU from Standard Bank to get student loans which are not encumbered. So you don't have to give assets and what and so on. You're going to be given a loan on the basis that you're an SMU student. And we know that when you graduate as a pharmacist, as a doctor, as whatever it is, you will be able to pay. That's how we've been able to convince them. You must pay, and then you will pay them when you finish. Yeah. The other thing is fundraising. I think, Chair Nehau, you raised an interesting thing and said, at the end of the year, we'll come to you, salary start fundraising. All of us must fundraise, including Nehau, including APSA Subto, including the SRC. It is all our responsibility. We know of various ways we can fundraise. CFO and Mr. Motebele will tell you we are commercializing the SMU land as part of that fundraising effort. Mr. Lechava, I think I've answered all the questions that were presented to me.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. Colleagues, just for everyone to note that all the questions that have been asked and all the responses, they will become part of the report that will come from this assembly. Even all the comments that we received on the online platform as well. With that being said, colleagues, we have landed eventually, and along it took longer than we had anticipated, but let me take this opportunity to please ask Professor Lekalakala to come and give us a vote of thanks. And then thereafter, colleagues, what will happen is that we will move to the table at the back where we will witness a signing of the Culture Compact. The SRC President, the Chair from APSA Sub to Collab, as well as the Chair from Nahawu, inclusive of the Vice Chancellor, will all sign the Culture Compact. The Culture Compact, why the VC? The VC is a representative of all senior management of Senate, and so forth and so forth. SRC President is on behalf of students, and both organized labor unions, the Collab as well as Nahawu, APSA Sabtu, it's on behalf of all staff. What will then happen is that, colleagues, once we have signed off this document is then going to be framed. You are going to see it in offices, you are going to see it in passages, you are going to see it all over. It's going to become your hand Bible, so that you understand that the moment you transgress any of these values, this will be the consequences. Days of honeymoon, Oscar, so they are over. There's a way and a behavior that we want to instill in everyone. So what will happen then, once they have signed, colleagues, we will then have a group photo. All of us who are here, we will then have a group photo at the back. After the group photo, we will then just move to the passage next door. I think it's the aerobics room, where you will take your lunch package. It's grab and go. And as courtesy of you, having been here, Vice Chancellor, so that we don't do wasteless expenditure, and having counted the numbers as well, when you grab and go, please take for your friend as well, so that nothing is left. It's just courtesy of you having been here since 9 o'clock this morning, colleagues. And this is also the courtesy of being on the physical platform as well. So I'm just going to request Professor Lekalakala to come and give us a vote of thanks, and then we will then move to the back, witness signing of the Culture Compact. Thereafter, take a group photo of everyone who's here, our colleagues from gardening section, our colleagues from cleaning, our colleagues from security, from admin, from support, everyone. Also Babala, if you can, and Kenny, Babala and Kenny. Also, if you can, should also take a picture of those that are on the online platform as well. I know this technology is very advanced nowadays. It will also become part of our report, because the Vice Chancellor always wants pictures when he has these reports. So that's why, colleagues, I'm humbly requesting that we do that in that fashion. And thank you very much. My journey ends over here. Prof. Lekalakala.
Thanks, Leader.
Talk about spontaneity. Program Director, Mr. Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mbati, would like to thank you for your leadership and for all the hard work that you have put in collaboration with your team to ensure that the university turns out to be what you really want, or what you, as the Vice Chancellor has envisaged it to be. If I were to quote Bill Taylor, he actually put it quite succinctly when he says, the true mark of a leader is the willingness to stick with a bold course of action, an unconventional business strategy, a unique product development roadmap, a controversial marketing campaign, even as the rest of the world wonders why you are not marching in steps with the status quo. In other words, the real leader are happy to zig, while others zag. They understand that in an era of hyper competition and non-stop disruption, the only way to stand up is from the crowd is to stand up and out for something special. I'd like to take this opportunity to even go further to take the executive management, who are really a pillar of support for the Vice Chancellor, the deans and the directors, the student leadership, Tato, the colleagues that are here physically, those that are online. I'd also like to say to thank everybody that really ensured that they participated in this whole endeavor for the leadership of the university to continue. And probably, I'd like to say to Prof. Mbati, it is important that you develop leadership out of all the people that are here, because doing that will also assist you as the leader of the university to really not carry this burden by yourself, and that will actually make your role and your work quite easy to deal and to carry with. I just want to also close by quoting a Malawian proverb that says, "He who thinks he is leading and has no followers is only taking a walk." So congratulations, Prof. Mbati, and to everyone else. Thank you very much.
Hi, mommy. Rabbit. This one will come. How is this one?